Chapter 380. The commoners and minor nobles in the Hall of Stars immediately became restless in fear. The guards could not help but berate them loudly. "You really have the guts to say that, Cyril." Val, the Duke of the Northern Territory, gave Cyril a profound look. "Thanks to you, no one should be talking about returning to the closed, small meeting room now, right?" The appointed counts on the stone seats responded in silence. "It will happen sooner or later." Duke Fakenhas's gaze was dark. Even as he laughed, his shrill voice was still audible. "Hee, I merely removed your hopes and fears." Duke Cullen sighed. The unwelcome guest at the banquet really lives up to his name. Zayn, like most of the counts from the 13 distinguished families, wore a gloomy expression and did not say a word. More than 10 seconds later, from Star Plaza to the Hall of Stars, the crowd's panicked buzzing noises became louder and louder. The news of the impending conflict between Extet and Constellation was made public. Count Sorrel's gaze was unfriendly as he stared straight at the king. "Your Majesty, you have achieved the effect you wanted by announcing this impending disaster to the people. The problem is, how are you going to end it now?" Kessel V, whose face was as cold as ice, did not speak. He only glanced at Sorrel, but the latter was still stubborn. "That's easy." Count Talon stared at Sorrel bluntly. "Do you want to fight or negotiate? If you want to fight, everyone will return to their respective territories and sound the call to arms. We still have a chance to negotiate. We have allies. Just like 12 years ago, we can ask them to mediate between us." Zayn slowly raised his head and looked at the suzerains. "War may not necessarily break out, as long as we pay a certain price." They died in the diplomat group. The prince was King Nuvan's only son, the only heir of the Walton family. Fakenhas interrupted the young duke and said in a strange tone, "Pay a price? That's right. Give that northern territory to Extet, and it will probably be done." "We will not give up an inch of the northern territory," Count Zamunto said coldly. "That is the land our family has guarded for generations." "But that prince did die in your territory, didn't he?" Dagestan sneered. "This is your responsibility. Of course you have to pay the price. If you're not joking, Dagestan." Count Fries raised his head, his gaze fierce. "Then we can duel on the stage of eradication right now." All right. How about we give them 20% of the eternal oil supply in the East Sea?" Duke Fakenhas pretended to be deep in thought. He first looked at Duke Cullen, then at Zayn, and smiled nonchalantly. "Or how about the crystal drop mines in the south? There's a limit to joking, Cyril." Duke Cullen was unusually serious. Zayn gave him a friendly smile and shook his head slightly. At this moment, Kessel V tapped his scepter lightly. All the nobles quietened down and looked at him. Under the king's gaze, Gilbert nodded and took a step forward. According to the channels of the Secret Intelligence Department, Dragon Cloud City already knew about the prince's death in Constellation yesterday. He frowned and said, "And the Archduke of Black Sand region was even faster than their king. 2 days ago he began to recruit soldiers and mobilize the army. The other 2 archdukes in the south of Extet were half a day later than him, but they were almost the same." There was an immediate uproar in the hall. "Silence," Gilbert said loudly and sternly. Amidst the complicated emotions in the hall, the Supreme King said in a deep and sonorous voice, "If the 2 countries go to war, the royal family and the Talon family will do everything they can to support the Northern Territory." Count Talon nodded firmly. The king looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory with a calm expression. "Val, how many soldiers and supplies can you provide?" "How many soldiers? Are you joking?" Valerund replied solemnly. "I have already gathered all the vassals, 15,000 infantrymen, 1,000 archers, 500 heavy cavalry, and even a small number of mystic guns. They will reinforce Broken Dragon Fortress in the shortest time possible, and listen to Lady Sonia Cecir's orders. That is our territory. Once war breaks out, even the women and children will take up arms. As for supplies, it will depend on how much land we can defend." The 2 counts, Zamunto and Fries, nodded firmly in agreement. "The 3,500 people from Overwatch City will fight to the death. The lonely old tower only has 2,000 infantrymen, but we will fight to the last man. We can withstand the pressure from the 3 archdukes of Extet, But if it is the entire extet? The Duke of the Northern Territory straightened his back and swept his piercing gaze across every noble. We need the power of all of Constellation. Cohen, who was standing behind the old Count Caribbean, scratched his head and whispered in puzzlement. Isn't this a national conference for all the people? Why are they talking about the military deployment just like that? The old Count Caribbean closed his eyes gently and sighed in a barely noticeable manner. Can't you see? He lowered his voice and told his son with an exhausted expression. The northern noble's attitude is a show for extet. Do you believe that Duke Arund can gather 10,000 people? Constellation has yet to recover from the bloody year. I suspect that it would be good if the suzerains could gather a third of their military strength. Cohen was instantly stunned. He looked at the top of the hall in disbelief, at the pattern of 2 stars the size of a silver cross. As the descendant of the Empire and the shield of the Western Peninsula, has Constellation become so weak? Kessel V nodded slightly, then turned to the frightening Cyril. What about the suzerains of Western Desert? Cyril has tilted his head back and closed his eyes. The ruins can only send 1,000 infantrymen. The Baron Bone tribe has been in a commotion recently. As for the mystic guns, we don't even have enough for ourselves. The young Count Derek Chroma muttered. Wingford is not known for its vanguard, but we can send the best 100 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. Bosdorf also frowned. Brave Souls Fort has been in a state of unrest recently. An orc is being worshipped as a leader. He is gathering the forces of various clans. The Black Lion family can only send 200 people. The stingy decision of the Western Desert nobles caused the nobles present to start whispering among themselves. Cohen furrowed his brows. He had served at the front lines of Western Desert during the Purge after the Desert War. But as far as he knew, Western Desert's military strength was definitely not that weak. Val stared coldly at Fakenhas. You were quite proactive when you revealed the secret just now. When it comes to recruiting troops, humph. Another wave of cheers traveled to the Hall of Stars from Star Plaza. This time, it was an excited cheer, and there was no lack of fanatical voices. Sigh. Count Talon stroked his pentagram brooch and sighed. I'm willing to bet that the guards have just passed down the message regarding the military strength of the Northern Territory. They haven't had the time to pass it down to the Western Desert yet. Kessel V remained calm and collected. He turned to Cullen and asked, What's the attitude of the Sun Sword and Shield family and the entire Eastern Sea Hill? Your Majesty, most of the people of Eastern Sea depend on the sea for their livelihood. We do not have enough military strength, but we can fork out money and summon mercenaries to battle. The plump Duke grinned. If a full-scale war breaks out, as long as it is not winter and the coastal waters are not frozen, our fleet can still harass Extet's east coast. On the stone seats beside the Duke of Eastern Sea, Count Noah Hawea and Count Clark Almond exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Duke Fakenhas said darkly, Thank you very much for reminding us. It is December now, winter has arrived. Kessel V knocked on his stone seat and asked meaningfully, So there is no manpower, only money? I remember when we fought the Desert War, the Prime Minister told me that there was no money, but there was manpower. It was just that it was a little far to transport troops from Eastern Sea to Western Desert. 5 years ago, people didn't know how to go out and earn money, so there was manpower. But now people have all gone out to earn money, so there is no money. Duke Cullen answered with a straight face and a smile. The king snorted softly, while the Duke of the Northern Territory's expression was extremely unpleasant. King Kessel turned his head towards the nobles in the south. There is no usable cavalry in the entire South Coast Hill. The Covendier family can gather 2,000 infantrymen from the surroundings of Jade City, and they also have some mystic guns. Zayn answered worriedly before His Majesty could ask him. But the long march to the north will be a problem. My vassals will definitely not be happy, and I will not be able to guarantee the quality of the soldiers. The old Count Caribbean's expression was also solemn as he spoke in a timely manner. It is the same for Walla Hill. Even with the addition of the vassals, I do not have the confidence to recruit even 300 soldiers. Behind the Count, Cohen lowered his head and sighed softly. He still remembered that the last time his 2 sisters went out to visit friends, His father directly sent 500 soldiers to escort them. Count Lasha was even more straightforward. The soldiers from the swamp are not suitable for the northern war at all. Kessel V did not say anything else. He only exhaled softly. The Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs and the Guardian Duke of Blade Edge Hill have not arrived yet, but I reckon that they, as well as the remaining 4 families, probably have the same attitude. As the nobles of the Land of Cliffs Hill, Count Sorrel and Count Dagestan both turned their heads and did not speak. Instead, the chiefs and merchants who were listening started whispering to each other. They were more worried about the impending war. Is this how you report back to Constellation? The Duke of the Northern Territories' face was ashen. He stood up abruptly and pointed at the double cross-shaped star above his head. He said angrily, "This is the country you swore allegiance to, and it was once the greatest country in the history of mankind. Even though the Northern Territory is not your territory, the double cross-shaped star flag still flutters above it. It is the same as your land. Your Grace, I also fought for Constellation 5 years ago," Count Dagestan said coldly. "In the end, I lost my eldest son forever in the Western Desert. I guess you, who do not have a son, will not understand." Bullsh *T. Val's eyes widened in anger. He turned his head abruptly. "My only daughter, the heir of the White Eagle, is now at the Broken Dragon Fortress at the border between the 2 countries. She is under the command of the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Cecere. Her life and death depends on the outcome of the war between the Great Dragon and Constellation." Upon hearing this, Cohen could not help but lower his head and sigh. He looked at Raphael, who was behind the Black Prophet. Duke Cullen shook his head and sighed. "Perhaps there is no need for war. We can choose to negotiate. Even if Extet sends out troops, it will only be for benefits. And then force the Northern Territory to give up its territory?" Val was like an eagle hunting its prey. His sharp eyes stared intently at everyone who replied. Now we all know the bargaining chips and the number of troops in our hands. At this moment, Zayn raised his head with a resolute gaze and looked at the king. To fight or to make peace, it will depend on His Majesty's will. Everyone's gaze instantly shot towards Kessel. Val's gaze was eager and intense. Cullen's gaze contained a complicated smile. Cyril's gaze was playful, and Zayn's gaze was as calm as still water. "So this is my country?" Kessel slowly raised his head. His gaze was like a knife that sliced at every suzerain. The king can only bring his own regular army and direct vassals to face the entire army of another country? Or else, I have to represent Constellation and accept their possible conditions in humiliation? Cyril Faken has laughed sinisterly. He, without military strength, we can't fight, but the dignity of the royal family, we can't even talk about it. Kessel V sighed. Looks like it's just as May Knox said. Kings are all lonely people. At this moment, a loud and furious voice came from the main door of the Hall of Stars. Your Majesty, please take back what you said. With us around, you will never be lonely. As the nobles of Constellation, the descendants of the Empire, how can we retreat even the slightest bit? Amidst the uproar in the hall, a nobleman in his prime, whose left eye was covered by a terrifying scar, wearing a yellow-black cloak with a deer standing on its hind legs, walked up to the 6 stone seats with a cold and arrogant expression. Some of the nobles in the hall, including the commoners, began to applaud enthusiastically, while others either snorted or shook their heads and sighed. Duke Cullen, on the other hand, flashed a helpless smile. Val and Zayn looked at him solemnly. Cyril Faken has laughed and said, One-Eyed Dragon of Nanchester, I thought you would only arrive at night. The Castellan of Steep Forest City, the Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Coaster Nanchester said with a stern expression. Compared to this, look at what you have done? He kissed Kessel's ring, but did not sit on the stone seat. Instead, he turned to Val and said, Sir Arund, please do not worry. The entire army of Steep Forest City will be mobilized north to Broken Dragon Fortress. But under Val's surprised and complicated gaze, he immediately changed the topic and looked at Kessel V. In the face of this war of the entire nation, as long as your Majesty can make your followers feel at ease, I can't think of any reason to retreat. Almost all the nobles in the hall frowned. Make his followers feel at ease? Coaster, Kessel V said slowly. What do you mean by this? Your Majesty, do you still not understand? Koshter said sternly. An all-out war is imminent, but the nobles are panicking and making excuses. In this situation, only you as our king are enduring the torment of whether to fight or to make peace. This is not fair to you. But why do you think this is? Koshter shut his single eye tightly, took a deep breath, and then said firmly, the Iron Hand King, Your Majesty Kessel. The suzerains and nobles do not dare to follow you. The whole of Constellation is panicking and uneasy. 12 years have passed since that tragedy, and the late king's remains have been buried. But we still do not know what you are thinking. We do not know what kind of king we are following. In an instant, the nobles were silent. Gilbert and Gines furrowed their brows at the same time. Kessel, on the other hand, gently tightened his grip on his scepter, and looked at Koshter with a complicated expression. But Koshter still did not back down and said, We are all afraid of you. No one knows what kind of things a king who lives alone in the world without any scruples, the last person of the Jadestar family, will do. Moreover, this is war. Koshter turned around. His single, sharp eye swept across every suzerain. He enunciated each word clearly. Your Majesty, the color of blood has faded, but Constellation still exists. But why do you have to bear the suspicions of the nobles even for an obvious choice of war? Kessel V's gaze became colder and colder. The 4 dukes avoided his gaze at the same time. Koshter pointed at the double-crossed stars at the top of the hall and said loudly, Your Majesty, for the interests of Constellation, for the dignity of the Jadestar royal family, we cannot hesitate in this crisis. Therefore, Your Majesty, please put the heavy burden of Constellation on our shoulders. Whether it is war or peace, let all of us bear the price of this decision. If Constellation is stable, the future is bright, and the royal family is not broken, I think no one will back down in the face of such a national war. At this moment, many people had already sensed something. Morat Hansen lowered his head and silently curled up the corners of his mouth. It's coming. So fast. Zayn pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. It's coming. I hope it goes well. Cullen, on the other hand, watched Koshter's performance with a smile. It's coming. Interesting. Val stared blankly at the guardian duke of the Land of Cliffs, gritting his teeth. This is their goal? Both Guy and I are prey? The counts whispered to each other on their stone seats. Some were worried, while others nodded frequently. Only many civilians who were listening were still whispering in confusion. But everything in the Hall of Stars was still going on. Your Majesty, you will soon be 48 years old. On the eve of the war between the dragon and Constellation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Koshter flung off his cloak and waved his arm at the nobles in the hall with a cold and stern expression. Please choose the heir of the kingdom among us nobles. Use your actions to tell the nobles that you still care about the stability and survival of this kingdom, and that you still trust these suzerains who are your arms. At that time, we will fight for the dignity of Constellation, for the glory of the Jadestar royal family. Absolutely no complaints. Absolutely no retreat. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Suffocating silence. No one dared to be the first to speak after these words, until a sharp and presumptuous laughter broke the deathly silence. Ha ha ha. Duke Faken has opened his mouth wide. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, he laughed wildly, his scattered teeth appearing especially terrifying. What is that saying from the Far East again? Spread out the map, and the dagger will be revealed? Your Majesty? Want to fight a dignified war? Use the throne to exchange for it. Ahahaha. Chapter 381. Very well if no one knows. Under the collective silence of the merchants and the curses of the mercenaries, Kandarl looked around with an indifferent expression, then let the duel begin as soon as possible. Thal's heart tensed. *T. He clenched his fists and fixed his gaze on the blue-faced orc, Duraman, in the distance. If the worst comes to the worst, if the duel cannot be avoided, then how am I supposed to survive? Thales sucked in a deep breath and entered Hell's senses to observe the enemy's condition. But a sudden bang came from outside his eardrums, and it shocked him. Thales only realized after a few seconds that the orcs were looting the goods of the merchant group in the distance. His fight against the Star Killer and the Raven of Death in the land of barren rocks had improved his sin of Hell's River, and his hell senses had also become much stronger. But it was precisely because of this that Thales learned his lesson. Hell's senses could give him extraordinary senses, but sometimes, being overly sensitive was not necessarily a good thing. When the countless information that was usually isolated from his senses was surged into his brain by Hell's senses, Thales was in a state of chaos. He could not tell where he was. For example, during the chaotic battle just now, in Hell's senses, the sounds of the orcs grinding their teeth 20 meters away was deafening. It sounded like a large army marching, and it was often mixed up with the sounds of swords and axes 1 meter away. The movements of the enemies in the distance were clear, as if they were right in front of him, causing Thales to subconsciously raise his hands to block them, and he ignored the threat that was right in front of him. Being able to hear and see well might seem to be something everyone envied, but the people involved in this would suffer unspeakably. The slightly louder sounds and brighter lights were unbearable to Thales. He would overreact, and his senses would deviate. He needed time and practice to get used to his new state. When he thought of this, Thales shook his head. In his hazy memories from his previous life, the seniors who were reborn cleared their meridians, and enlightened their acupoints, skipped the adaptation stage, and used their new powers to show off their prowess were probably born superhumans. He tried his best to focus the slightly out-of-control Hell's senses on his opponent, but he could not help but frown. With Hell's senses, the fluctuations reflected by the orcs were not scattered like those of humans, but were solid and thick. At least in Duraman's body, Thales could not find any signs of light that was similar to the power of eradication. But when the teenager looked at the ripples of its muscles, bones, listened to its heavy breathing and powerful heartbeat, he subconsciously gulped. But Thales did not doubt that this so-called Holy Guard, the blue-faced orc, could unleash a power that most superclass warriors could not achieve even with the help of their power of eradication. No, he silently came to a conclusion. Based on his current self, who was still trying to adapt to his new power, there was no chance. Not to mention, Thales glanced at the other 2 holy guards with a headache. The orc war chief, Kandarl, stared at Thales with a cold glare in its eyes. If he loses, there's no need for all of you to live. Obviously, the desert god doesn't like all of you. His words made everyone nervous. At this moment, a strange feeling crept into Thales' heart. He instinctively raised his head. Something was not right. The prince said to himself. Something's not quite right from the beginning. Where was it? What was wrong? He turned his gaze and looked around. At this moment, a timid male voice rang out from the crowd. I know. The captives frowned. A trembling hand was raised in the air. I know why the Constellatiates sent their army. Great war chief. Thales was a little surprised. Kandarl turned its head around slightly. See, I knew it. Kandarl flashed a scornful smile and strode to the other side. As humans, all of you are very lazy, and all you need is just a little bit of motivation. Dean and Louisa furrowed their eyebrows. What's going on? Dean could not believe his eyes. What does he know? A bald man curled up on the ground laboriously held his belly and straightened his back. He did not care about the dust on his body and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. If I tell you, Great War Chief, will you let me live? Kandarl stopped and lowered its head coldly to stare at the master of the merchant group, Seth Tormorden. It depends on what you tell me. Thales widened his eyes. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, and tried to guess what Tormorden wanted to say. Could it be? Duraman the orc roared angrily, as if he was very dissatisfied with the delay of the duel. Tormorden shuddered as he knelt on the ground, but his words prevented Thales from immediately suffering misfortune. Around 10 days ago, in Bladefang's camp, I was chatting with my cousin. He's a regular soldier in the Western front lines, and he's William's subordinate. He's the one. Kandarl's gaze turned cold. I know who Williams is. Get to the point. All the captives stared at the conversation between the two, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. The orc's eyes seemed to have some mysterious power, and it made Tormorden tremble even more. The merchant spoke faster, and he stuttered even more. My cousin, he told me that the important people will soon, will seal the borders. That's why I thought about pulling a merchant group out to smuggle and earn some money. Candarl stretched out its remaining left hand. It grabbed the necklace around Tormorden's neck, and pulled the frightened merchant up from the ground. His legs were off the ground, and it pressed its mouth against Tormorden's face and roared. Get to the point. Tormorden was just about to scream, but the roar scared him back into his mouth. As he stared at Candarl's ferocious face, Tormorden was like a vole facing a venomous snake. He had nowhere to run. A few seconds later, the merchant said with a pale face, his teeth chattering. Baron Williams told a few nobles who are officials in his room, and my cousin heard it. The important people entered the desert, and they seemed to be chasing after someone. When he heard this, Thales's breathing suddenly froze. His expression remained the same, and he forced himself not to look at Dean and Louisa. What does this Tormorden know? This is bad. I have to face the threat of a duel. I have to think about how to escape. There's also the risk of exposing my identity. Thales gritted his teeth. Is today an unlucky day? He frowned a little. His uncontrollable hell's senses gave him and Candarl's heartbeats. The master of the merchant group was almost scared out of his wits. Candarl might seem fierce, but his heartbeat was still calm. Even though Thales did not know whether this was a unique characteristic of orcs. In the distance, the sounds of orcs plundering the spoils of war rose one after another. Their movements were crude, and the noises were endless, causing him to feel agitated. That strange feeling was still there. No. What's wrong? The teenager's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Through Hell's senses, the orcs in the camp were very noisy. Their crude whispers and rough movements seemed to be very close to his ears. The strange feeling in his heart became more obvious. Chasing after someone? Candarl seemed to be deep in thought, and it loosened its grip a little. Who? Tormorden shook his head violently. This action made Candarl tighten its grip again. It put away the corners of its mouth. You seem to need more motivation? Tormorden screamed. No, I don't know. He sounded like he was crying, and his tears were running down his face. I swear on the honor of my ancestors as nobles. I really don't know who they're chasing after. Dean and Louisa sighed at the same time. Mickey, who was beaten to the ground, sneered in disdain. Candarl stared at Tormorden for a long time. A few seconds later, the orc warchief stared at the snot and tears that flowed onto its hand in disgust. Only then did it loosen its grip. Tormorden fell back to the ground with a thud. The master of the merchant group sighed in relief. He sobbed and patted his chest. But since they're as despicable as you said and didn't spare a single living thing in the desert, then they must hate that person to the core, just like how they hate you to the core. Candarl lowered its head while it swung its hands. Realizing that he might have said something wrong, Tormorden raised his trembling hands. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, I just. But Candarl ignored his disrespect. You said that Constellation traveled all over the periphery of the desert to chase after a certain person? My cousin heard all of this, Candarl snorted coldly. Just who is it? Is it worth it for the entire western front lines of the kingdom to go to war? And they won't stop even when they are drenched in blood and corpses are strewn all over the place? At that moment, Thales trembled. I see. The teenager suddenly understood. He understood where that strange feeling came from. The prince's chest heaved, and his gaze changed rapidly. So this was the answer to the mystery. It was also the only way for them to survive in the hands of these cruel and cunning orcs. Candarl and Tormorden's question and answer session continued, but the prince was no longer in the mood to listen. While everyone's attention was on the other side, Thale's spirits lifted, and his lips moved slightly. The teenager tilted his head and whispered to the captive beside him. Dean, the orcs are plundering your goods. Of course they like human spoils of war. Dean was a little worried and hesitant. He glanced at Candarl, who was interrogating Tormorden, out of the corner of his eye. Listen, Waya, it won't let us go no matter what, so you. Thales shook his head. No, Dean, listen to me. Even though they're plundering, they're abandoning valuable items like their worn-out shoes. Instead, They're hastily searching for food, water, and even medicine. Dean's eyebrows twitched. What? The bald mercenary asked curiously. How did you know? As he listened to the movements beside his ears, Thales paused for a moment. I heard. I was the last one to see it. They're looking for the necessary supplies. Looking for supplies. Dean was deep in thought. On the other side, Tormorden cried again because he was frightened by the orcs. Dean, Thales continued to say softly, there were at most a dozen of us who picked up our weapons to fight back just now, and according to the war chief, they only lost a few people, right? Dean pursed his lips. Why? But there were nearly 100 of them, and almost half of them were injured. Thales gestured with his chin at the rows of orcs. That included the war chief himself. There were dried blood stains and new wear and tear on his armor as well. Dean's gaze froze in midair. Louisa said that for the sake of concealment and ambush, they deliberately stripped off their armor and attacked with light armor. But what if they weren't wearing light armor on purpose but were forced to? The bald mercenary's spirits lifted. You mean? Their condition is not as good as they say, Dean. A flame known as hope burned in Thales' eyes. They went through a battle not long ago. They're traveling with light armor, and they lack food and clothes. They're running for their lives. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two of them changed. The dark night seemed to have become much brighter. Dean was silent for a long while. That means, Thales nodded. We just need to think of a way to. He did not finish his sentence. Because in the next moment, bang. A thunderous noise suddenly rose, and everyone swayed on the spot. Regardless of whether they were orcs or humans, merchants or mercenaries, war chiefs or princes, all of them turned their heads in panic and looked in the direction of the loud noise. In the dark night, a terrifying, raging fire was burning in a camp not too far away. The fire was so strong that it even reached the sky and was more than 10 meters tall. The light from the fire illuminated the sand dunes in all directions, and it was incredibly eye-catching in the night sky. Thales and Dean stared at the fire in the distance in a daze and looked at each other. Kandarl, one of the holy guards, Yaku, stared at the burning camp in shock. He swiftly took out his black bow and said something to the war chief anxiously. Hura, War Chief Kandarl roared at him, but it still turned its head around and waved its arm. Yaku nodded and led a dozen orc warriors to check on the situation. It turned its head around and grabbed Tormorden, who was also terrified and pale. It pointed at the fire and said furiously, "What's going on?" Aye. Tormorden waved his hands desperately, trying his best to show his innocence and cooperation. The army in Bladefangs Dune has been mobilized frequently these few days, and the scale is very large. They are busy, and the management is a little lax. The merchant had a long face. So I took the opportunity to transport some military supplies, such as a little bit of eternal oil. Your subordinates might have been snatching. They were careless when they were rummaging through. A little bit. Mickey, who was lying on the ground, repeated sarcastically as he stared at the fire on the sand. Kandarl stared at the fire, then at Tormorden. Its expression was one of anger. Its cheeks twitched, and its 2 rows of teeth were about to crush each other. You might not understand the characteristics of eternal oil, and there might be more than a little bit of it. Tormorden stared at the fire, and forgot how terrifying the orcs were for a moment. He said in pain, "So if we want to put it out, we should use a lot of sand." Kandarl howled in anger and threw the unfortunate Tormorden aside. As expected, a minute later, the orc Yaku came back with more than 10 warriors covered in dirt. With a solemn expression, it shook its head at Kandarl, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. Kandarl roared in indignation. The war chief turned around and gave an order in their language. Quite a number of lightly armored orcs immediately moved and spread out around the camp. The fire was still burning. Looks like Tormorden's insatiable greed and audacity helped us this time. Dean narrowed his eyes and whispered, "They're retreating. Your guess is right. We have a chance." Thales pursed his lips. In the unexpected chaos, Kandarl seemed to have finally remembered the group of human captives. What a pity. The orc war chief turned to them and coldly stroked the sharp iron fork on its wrist. It's going to end early. I wanted to chat with all of you for a little longer. The captive's expressions immediately changed. Candarl snorted softly and looked at Thales. Its black face was illuminated by the fire, and it looked even more ferocious. You know, Sekka, I really wanted to see how you would react when you faced Duraman. Duraman roared and slammed its spiked mace on the ground. Thales felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. The orc warchief walked forward slowly and stared at Thales. Especially since I just figured out a lot of things. At that moment, a spark rose from the ground on the other side of the desert, and let out a shrill, sharp sound. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk it was bright and piercing to the ears. Everyone, including Candarl, instinctively looked in the direction of the spark. A few seconds later, on the other side of the sand dune where the spark appeared, a few barely discernible voices traveled into the distance. Asterisk thud, 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 thud. Asterisk it was dull, low-key and hurried, but there was a certain rhythm to it. It was getting closer. Almost at the same time, an orc warrior's shout rose abruptly from the other side of the sand dune. Cruelly. Before the shout could finish, it stopped abruptly and turned into a cry of pain. Aha! Before Thales could react, the expressions of all the orcs present changed drastically. The warrior's cry of pain had yet to disappear. But Candarl had already let out a furious roar and turned swiftly towards its warriors. The tribe's warchief did not hesitate. It flung its powerful arm and roared at the loudest voice it had ever used since it appeared. Musa! In the next second, faster than the blink of an eye, all the orc warriors roared and drew their weapons. Under Yakir and Lucaina's lead, they took large strides and formed a team of their own accord. They started running. Except for Duraman the orc. It pointed at Thales, who was among the captives, and said something to Candarl in an agitated manner. This orc who had a blood feud with Thales seemed to have made up his mind to end his grudge here. Thales' heart sank. Don't worry, Dean said calmly from beside him. I've already talked to Louisa. We'll look for a chance to counterattack. But his comfort was not effective, because Candarl was even angrier than Duraman. It even mercilessly punched the Holy Guard. In the end, Duraman cast Thales a resentful glance and joined its companions. The captives stood at the center of the field and watched in shock and bewilderment as the busy orcs ran past them with frenzied expressions on their faces. They ran in the opposite direction of the sparks. They did not have the time to care about the captives anymore. How? That was the surprised Louisa. The next scene revealed the answer. On a sand dune not too far away from them, a tall figure moved past the obstruction of the sand, broke through the dark night, and appeared under the illumination of the fire. It was a knight, a horse and a man. His feet were in the stirrups, and he held the reins in his hands. He stepped on the horse's back with swift hooves. He rose and fell as he galloped, then charged down the sand dune. The two orc sentinels on the sand dune saw the knight. They roared angrily and raised their terrifying weapons. With astonishing steps, they charged towards the intruder with their majestic bodies. The knight on the horse ignored the approaching threat. He only arched his body and increased his speed. The distance between the two parties grew closer. Then they came face to face with each other. The orcs' angry roars were filled with hatred. A heavy hammer and a broadsword drew dangerous arcs in their hands. With terrifying power and a howl of death, they were about to cut open the horse's abdomen. Thales was shocked. But the knight whistled softly. At that moment, the steed under him turned around nimbly. It moved its hooves and changed direction before the weapons could reach its body. The moment the knight turned around, the sharp-eyed Thales saw the pattern on his robe. It was a crow. It was a dark blue crow with only one wing. The knight narrowly avoided the orc's interception and dodged two deadly weapons. But it did not end there. A light and sharp spear shot out accurately from the horse and pierced the neck of the first orc. As the two orcs roared, the knight withdrew the tip of his spear. With his superb horsemanship he galloped far away, leaving behind only a splash of his enemy's blood, and a ponytail that was a few inches long. This symbol is the Chroma family's Raven Whistle-Light Cavaliers. Old Hammer could not suppress the excitement in his heart. It's the famous 2nd Commando unit of the Raven Guards, the Lightning Ravens. Thales thought of something. The Chroma family? Sounds familiar. The orc whose neck was pierced howled in anger. It trod with frightening heavy steps, ignoring the blood that spilled everywhere. With its companion, it chased after the knight. But they could not catch up. The knight turned in an arc and rode further and further away on the sand dune. He rode faster and faster. Finally, the orc whose neck was pierced fell limp after running for quite a distance, and almost dyeing the sand red. Before the last of its blood flowed out, the orc's tenacious life allowed it to raise its blade at the knight's drifting back. But its blade was too short. I can't reach it. As it thought about this, its thick arm trembled in the air for a moment before it fell limply. It could no longer move. Under the sand dune, War Chief Kandar watched its warrior fall from the distance and roared in grief and indignation. The orcs shouted in unison to vent the hatred in their hearts. Yo! It's been 2 days since we last met, you bastards from Stone Splitter. The first human knight looked at the burning camp not far away and the angry orcs below him. He reined in his horse. He stopped on the sand dune. His laughter traveled from afar and traveled into every orc's ears. Holy Pursuit Day isn't here yet, and you're already holding a bonfire party. Don't you think it's a little too early? Another orc sentinel howled shrilly and charged at the knight. It did not manage to reach its destination. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk the second knight charged over from the other side of the sand dune. When the orc turned its head around, he flashed a saber and brushed past it. As Kandar roared shrilly, the second orc's head flew high into the air with an indignant and resentful gaze. The captives were silent. The orcs shouted in grief and indignation. Thales watched the scene in a daze. He watched the powerful orcs die one after another. Kandar's roars became more and more urgent. Under its orders, the nearly 100 orcs quickly split into 2 groups. With an astonishing presence, nearly 20 orcs lifted their heavy weapons and stepped forward. They formed a formation facing the sand dune where the knight was. The rest of the orcs shouted loudly. They gritted their teeth and put away their weapons with hatred. Then they turned around and ran in the opposite direction with all their might. What are they doing? Quick Rope looked surprised. Old Hammer shook his head. With his rich experience, he gave a short and concise answer. Running for our lives. Thales was about to ask, but he realized that in the next moment, he was seized by the neck by a huge orc. Why? While Dean and Louisa shouted angrily, Thales was restrained by Kandar's left arm. But the orcs guarding the captives did not move. They stood coldly behind the humans and suppressed everyone who wanted to fight back. Thales wanted to exert his strength, but he realized that the orc's strength was the most terrifying he had ever encountered. He did not manage to finish speaking, because in the next moment, Kandar's iron fork was pressed against his throat. Silence! The orc war chief seized Thales' throat and looked at his surprised and bewildered gaze. It said coldly to the captives, "This will end soon. I don't want to make the scene too ugly." In the next second, Kandar pressed its mouth against Thales' ear and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Tell your father, and tell Morat. I was the one who found you first. And I know who you are." At that second, Thales froze completely. Dean and Louisa were still shouting excitedly, but it was no longer important. What? Father? Morat? You found me first? You know who I am? What does this mean? Kandar turned Thales' head towards it. Its bright yellow eyes were sharp. With great puzzlement, Thales stared at Kandar. He suddenly realized that Kandar's expression was incredibly serious at that moment. It did not have the humor from before, nor the grief and indignation from before. It was calm. A rare calmness. "So Jadestar, I fulfilled my promise." Kandar lowered its voice and said, "What about the rest of you? We'll meet again, Sekka." In the next moment, Thales felt pain in his forehead, and he instantly swallowed a mouthful of sand. Why? A few seconds later, Thales, who was helped up from the sand by Dean, was still in a state of shock. He could only watch the orc war chief leave into the distance with a heart full of shock and puzzlement. He watched Kandar and its warriors join the tribe's team and run into the distance. What's going on? Are you all right? What did it do to you? Thales did not answer. He only blinked, his face full of shock and bewilderment. Its promise? Jadestar's promise? He did not understand. This orc. Just who is this orc? My God. Quick Rope blinked in disbelief and pulled Mickey up from the ground. We survived. They're gone. Dean looked at the fleeing orcs in the distance, then at the orcs who stayed behind to form a formation. His expression was complicated. The knights on the sand dune whistled and rushed down. There were more than 10 of them, and they agilely bypassed the orcs who had already formed a formation and chased after the running Kandarl. As the orcs left, the captives regained their freedom, but they did not have the time to celebrate their luck, because soon, the next thing attracted all their attention. Waves. In that second, Thales thought that he had heard wrong. But he was right. It was the waves. The faintly discernible sounds of waves assaulted his ears repeatedly. Asterisk whoosh whoosh asterisk, what's that? Quick Rope asked in terror. Oh no. Old Hammer's expression was unpleasant. Under the light of the fire, the captives looked around in panic, but they did not see anything other than the dark horizon. But the waves did not disappear. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk more than 10 seconds later, the waves drew closer and became bigger. They turned into terrifying, raging waves. Asterisk rumble, rumble. Asterisk in the next moment, the captives looked at the ground in terror, then at the distance. T, Dean cursed. Everyone felt a tremor that could not be ignored. It traveled continuously from the sand to their feet and up their spines. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the tremors on the ground grew stronger, more obvious and more frequent. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Thales even felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk finally, the uneasiness brought about by the raging waves ended. In an instant, at the top of the sand dune in front of them, at the border between the sky and the earth, countless black shadows appeared at the same time. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk amidst the blazing flames, the black shadow formed a continuous black line. They were like densely packed ants, but also like a black tide that swept over. They covered the sand dune from top to bottom, dyeing the sand under the light of the fire black. It was like the night. My God, that's... Louisa narrowed her eyes. Her face was pale. Thales could not help but hold his breath. He saw the black shadows clearly. They were people. To be precise, they were cavaliers. Countless cavaliers. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk they stomped on the ground with their iron hooves. Their momentum was astonishing, and they covered the sky and earth. They were like black lava that devoured everything at the mouth of a volcano. They pounced on the small camp. They were unstoppable. They were unstoppable. Thales watched the scene in a daze. At the top of the sand dune, a cavalier who looked like a commander appeared within the range of the fire, and gave a loud order. The cavaliers responded to him with a yell. But Thales did not notice him. What he saw was another cavalier galloping behind the leading cavalier, holding a tall flag in his hand. As he galloped, the flag was completely flung open in the light of the fire. Thales stared at the flag in a daze. He looked at the pattern that he did not know if it was unfamiliar or familiar. All sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. That was a flag with white edges and a blue background, a flag with 2 silver cross-shaped stars. In the name of King Kessel. In the next second, the leading cavalier raised his sword and pointed at the camp under his hooves. Anything that has less than 4 legs, leave no one alive. Chapter 382. Amidst the deafening galloping sounds, the sand on the ground began to shake slightly. It sounded as if the whole world was collapsing. Under the illumination of the fire, the cavaliers on the sand dune were indistinct. Countless iron hooves struck the sand inch by inch, bringing with them a dull roar that filled Thales' eardrums. Thales could hardly hear even the nearest voices clearly. They charged towards the small camp of the merchant group. They were getting closer and closer. No. The master of the merchant group, Tormorden, seemed to be scared out of his wits. He looked at the group of orcs in front of him, then at the shattered stone tribe who were fleeing for their lives behind him. In the end, he turned his head around and looked at the Constellation Cavaliers who covered the mountains and plains as they charged towards them. He muttered in a daze, "Wee." The other merchants did not lose to him. Some of them even cried in fear. Dean were caught in the middle. Thales, who was in a daze, was pulled back to reality by the female captain's words. He stared at the cavaliers who were charging towards them in the name of his father. They were fierce and full of murderous intent. His face instantly turned pale. Obviously, this was not the best time to smile, wave and say, "Good day, comrades." After all, he did not have 4 legs. "They're charging." Amidst the galloping sounds and the roars of war, Louisa looked anxious and shouted at the top of her lungs, "We won't survive." The captives panicked. "Oh, desert God above." A merchant trembled as he watched the approaching cavaliers. He was so terrified that he could not speak. "No, no." Tormorden crouched down and squeezed out a sob. We'll die, and my goods." "Damn fatty, you better King stand up and shut up." The bald mercenary dragged Tormorden up from the ground, and irritably interrupted the impromptu speech of the master of the merchant group, who was trying to distract them. The galloping sounds rumbled, and the ground trembled. More and more cavaliers entered the illumination of the fire, and they were blurry and indistinct. The 20 or so orcs in front of them roared fanatically. They rubbed the weapons in their hands, and were ready to fight to the death to stop them. Their target is the orcs. Dean's expression had never been so grave before. His gaze moved back and forth between the orcs and the Constellation Cavaliers. His gaze was steely. "As long as we can find cover and avoid their first wave of attacks." Old Hammer coughed. "Also, don't forget about the orcs who are running for their lives. Constellation's army will not let them go. We still have to stay far away from their pursuit." Mickey spat out a bloody tooth and pointed at a remote dune on the left side of the camp. "There. Very good." Dean's eyes lit up. He strode forward and kicked away a box that was blocking his way. "Everyone follow me. Don't leave any weapons in your hands." The female captain gritted her teeth and followed closely behind Dean. "Let's go." The group of captives used their hands and feet to flee in a panic. Behind them, more than 20 orc interceptors were closing in on the cavalry. The captives finally hid under the sand dune on the side of the battlefield. They threw themselves down and shielded themselves from the cavaliers' line of sight. Then they relaxed a little. Thales slid down the sand dune with the others, then flipped over and climbed up 2 steps. He imitated Dean and peeked out half of his head. He watched nervously and in shock as the cavaliers rushed down the sand dune and occupied most of his field of vision. At least 100 cavaliers. On the other side, Old Hammer did not seem to be in a good condition. He leaned against Quick Rope with a pale face and panted, but his gaze on the battlefield was still sharp. And there are nearly 20 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers among them. This is not common. But it feels like there are thousands of them. Thales clenched his fists and said quietly. In the distance, Warchief Kandarl led its 100 or so subordinates to flee in the opposite direction from where the cavaliers had appeared. They were getting further and further away from their companions who brought up the rear. "More than 100? Quick Rope asked in puzzlement. He looked at the fleeing orcs. "But there are 100 or 200 of those gray mixed breeds. With their strength, they can fight against 10 of us alone. Why are they running?" Old Hammer shook his head and did not speak. "Who cares?" Tormorden cut off Quick Rope, who was about to ask more questions. He patted his chest, still unsettled. "Anyway, those mixed breeds ran away. This is a good thing." At this moment, Carolee, the other blood's furious roar rose from the other side of the battlefield, and it came from the fleeing group. The captives turned their heads and looked to the right, at Shattered Stone Tribe, who were fleeing madly. Thales' gaze instantly focused. Thud thud. On the other side of the battlefield. The thundering sounds of horse hooves rose in the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. What followed were countless cries for murder. "My God, that is..." Mickey widened his eyes in disbelief. Unfamiliar and swift figures appeared before the people's eyes. The hooves of the horses beneath them tore through the darkness, and the armor on their bodies shone with a cold light. Cavaliers. The second group of cavaliers. They were like fatal killers who had been waiting for a long time and suddenly appeared from the dark. They charged towards the fleeing group with an unstoppable force. "Mixed breeds!" A cold shout rose from among the newly arrived cavaliers. "Do you like surprises?" In the face of the sudden arrival of the enemies, Warchief Kandarl's roars became more and more urgent. The fleeing orcs had to slow down and reorganize their formation. Old Hammer stared at this ambush solemnly. The newly appeared cavaliers let go of their reins and galloped forward. The sound of their hooves was louder and deeper than the Chroma family's cavaliers. Their equipment was also more uniform, and they exuded an awe-inspiring murderous aura. Outflank them. The Chroma family's cavaliers are just long poles used to herd rabbits. They're in charge of driving the enemy into a pocket, while the ambush by the cavaliers on this side is the real trap. The veteran from Constellation sighed and said, "They must have set up their tactics and formation beforehand." "It's different," Dean suddenly said. In the face of the other's puzzlement, Dean pointed at the newly appeared cavaliers. "Look at the flag." Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. He activated Hell's senses and saw the fluttering war flag among the cavaliers. I knew it. It was not a single-winged crow. Instead, it was a flag that Thales did not recognize. The picture on the flag looked like a few bright stars from afar, and they were shrouded in a cloud of fog-like dust. Stardust War Flag. Old Hammer said in surprise. "It's the Stardust Unit." When he said this, many people were shocked. "The Stardust Unit from Bladefang's camp?" Louisa asked with a frown. Thales looked at the others in puzzlement. Old Hammer nodded. "Look carefully. Their war horses are different from the Chroma families. They are not ponies native to the Western Desert. They are taller, bigger, and heavier." The veteran observed the newly arrived cavaliers carefully. They are hybrids between Northland horses and Plains horses. Their charging and explosive power are also stronger. This group of cavaliers are stationed at the Western front lines. They are the regular army directly under the command of the royal family. Baron William's Stardust Unit. The regular army of the royal family? Thales' eyes lit up. That means that this group of people can be trusted, right? Thank you, Desert God, Sunset, Bright Moon, Dark Night, and all the previous kings of Constellation. Tormorden patted his chest, and his eyes were practically brimming with tears. I knew it. Ever since my great-grandfather served the virtuous king, our family has been loyal to Constellation for generations. Fate will not let us die here. Everyone pursed their lips and did not answer. But Old Hammer frowned slightly. Unbelievable. The Baron's Stardust Unit and the Chroma family's enlisted army. This must be a big operation. After the Desert War, this is the first time I see these two groups of people who can't see eye to eye going out to battle together. Old Hammer mumbled. Thales frowned slightly. But those are orcs. Gray mixed breeds that can't be killed. Quick Rope counted the number of people and asked in surprise, I've counted. This group of newcomers. Stardust Unit. There are only a few dozen of them. Can they really gain an advantage if they rush in like this? As he spoke, the Stardust Unit's cavaliers mercilessly stabbed into the fugitives' flank like a sharp knife. They encountered the enemy much earlier than their colleagues from the Chroma family. Quick Rope's question was immediately answered. Thales saw the dozen or so orcs at the back of the group stand in formation and form the first line of defense among the fugitives. They turned their bodies sideways to avoid crashing into them. At the same time, they raised their shields and weapons steadily. They bulged their strong muscles and tendons, ready to stop the charging horses. The cavaliers at the front instantly arrived in front of them and faced their sharp blades. The prince held his breath. He thought he would see the cavaliers clashing head-on with the orcs, but he was wrong. In the next second, as a piercing sound rose, dozens of tiny black shadows shot out from the cavaliers and instantly sank into the orcs' formation. Asterisk whoosh whoosh. Asterisk as the orcs cursed and cried out in pain. 2 of the dozen or so orcs bent down in pain. The group of fugitives instantly fell into chaos. Cavaliers' crossbows. Old Hammer cried out in surprise. As expected of the Stardust Unit, this kind of weapon can only be used by the elite cavaliers to tear apart the enemy's formation. Before he could finish speaking, the Stardust Unit's cavaliers threw away their hand crossbows, stepped on their stirrups, and drew their swords and spears with furious roars. They fought against the orcs at close quarters, but they still did not fight head-on as Thales had imagined. The first orc swung his axe with both hands and slashed at the first cavalier who charged at him. The axe cut through the air, but the cavalier calmly steered his horse to change direction. In the blink of an eye, he thrust the spear in his hand. The flash of the axe and the shadow of the spear intersected in the air. Shik. The horse swept past the orc's side at an unbelievable speed and angle. The cavalier swaggered away and did not look back. The axe cut into the sand violently. The orc turned around in disbelief and lowered his head to look at his chest. A broken spearhead had pierced through his chest from the front to the back and dyed his armor red. The heavily injured orc roared in grief and indignation. The strength it felt before death surged through its entire body. Furious, it turned around to look for its next target, but to its despair, it discovered that the human cavaliers were like a swarm of bees that had received an order. They instantly split up like a wave that had run into a reef. They galloped away from the two sides of this opponent. They did not engage in a battle of attrition with it, and neither did they care about its weak cries of grief. Thud thud. Horse hooves galloped past, and the orc's fingers could only sweep past the air helplessly. In the next moment, it knelt on the ground, and its body was permanently buried in the yellow sand. It was not the only one. Not far away, an orc faced a cavalier who charged at it with a saber. It roared and raised its shield, then exerted strength in its waist and feet. Clang. With the orc's advantage in strength and size, it only swayed its legs and withstood the heavy strike. But before it could counterattack, the second cavalier swept past the other side of the orc. A cold glare suddenly flashed. The saber in his hand gently sliced past the orc's unprotected neck. Whoosh. Blood gushed out of the orc's neck as it let out a deafening roar. Its shield fell to the ground with a thud. Idiot. The cavalier's disdainful voice was mixed with the galloping sounds, and it only reached its ears at that moment. Such a scene could be seen everywhere during the cavalier's first round of charges. Some orc warriors died from a tricky thrust. Some orcs were slashed a few times by the cavaliers who charged past them at high speed, and in the end, they bled to death. There were also skillful orcs who strenuously and beautifully parried a few cavaliers' attacks, but the next enemy who always appeared next to them seized the opening and sliced their heads open. Some orcs swung their axes madly and fiercely, but it only made the never-ending cavaliers wiser to avoid their blades. There were also orcs who were covered in wounds after the first round of charges. They stood on the spot while swaying, and they cried out in grief as they stared at their companions who were all over the ground. More orcs were injured and bled. After their futile rampage, they fell to the ground because they could no longer hold on. Wherever the horses' hooves went, they left behind a trail of blood. Warchief Kandarl's voice reverberated through the sky, but it could not prevent its subordinates from dying. The captives who hid at the side were dumbfounded. Did you see that? That's the answer. Old Hammer shook his head and said, when we're standing on 2 feet, we can't even win against their little fingers. But when you step on the stirrups, sit on the saddle, and charge forward with a mount that weighs more than 700 pounds, everything changes. Your field of vision becomes wider, your weapons become longer, and the world becomes smaller. Even the opponents who were once invincible will inevitably become weaker. Even the orcs. Quick Rope stared fixedly, as if he had forgotten to answer. Elites. The Stardust unit is a rare group of elites. Don't forget this. Mickey snorted coldly. They're 1 in 100. Old Hammer shook his head and coughed loudly. Don't forget, ahem, that they're not facing desert bandits who collapse at the first blow or exiles who put their lives on the line before matters of principle. Instead, they're facing one of the few terrifying forces of power in the Great Desert. They're the elite warriors of Shattered Stone Tribe under the Dragon Skeleton Throne. They're also elite soldiers. They move together, and their discipline does not lose to Constellation soldiers. They face death with equanimity, and they're comparable to the heroic Northland warriors. Mickey turned his head away and did not speak again. Thales listened attentively to their conversation. Just like that, the Stardust unit, who charged forward with high horsepower, tore apart the first line of defense the orcs hastily built with an unstoppable force. They did not care whether there were any survivors in the first wave of attacks. They charged straight into the group of escapees. In the chaos, Kandarl's furious roar rose again. The second line of defense was built. More than 10 orcs with spears and shields roared as they stood together. They took care of each other and protected their companions' flanks. When they saw the cavaliers approaching, the orcs shouted in unison. Under the command of a leader whose face was covered in scars, they raised their shields to fight against the enemy and thrust their spears forward. However, the leader of the cavaliers who rushed towards them only looked at the formation of spears, frowned and whistled. In the next second, the cavaliers turned their bodies to the side, lifted their reins and changed directions. They went around the enemy's formation from both sides, and gave up on fighting against the formation. The scarred orc roared wildly, as if it was indignant at its opponent's cowardice and evasion. But the attack did not end. The sound of horse hooves rose again. This time the attack did not come from the front. A group of cavaliers went around the line of defense, gathered on both sides, and changed directions. They rushed towards the unprotected flanks, and even the rear of the orcs' formation. Old Hammer sighed under the sand dune. On the battlefield, when you have one more leg than your enemy, you have one more choice. Hurrah! The scarred orc roared in anger. It knocked away the cavalier's saber that came charging at its head, and the powerful force brought it down from its horse. But then a sword that came from the side cut off its head. Blades flashed, and blood splattered. The orcs who stood with it also met a horrible end. They either died from the ambush from the side, or had their backs pierced by cold swords and spears. The orcs who turned around to face the pincer attack had their throats slit from the front when they were defenseless. Even if there were orcs who survived, they usually fell to the ground powerlessly when the cavaliers regrouped and launched their next attack. The second line of orcs' defense immediately collapsed when it was attacked from multiple sides. Fails stared at this scene in disbelief. He still remembered the scene when the merchant group was attacked. Amidst the screams and sounds of fighting, the enemies attacked them from all directions. Their powerful strength was almost unstoppable, and their sharp blades tore apart their companions' bodies. There were people falling at every moment, and blood and death followed them like shadows. At that time, he swung his shield and long sword with all his might. He suppressed his panic and fear and withstood the orcs' endless attacks, but he could only fall to the ground weakly in despair and pain. But now the orcs, the group of terrifying tribal warriors who gave him lingering fear, were the ones who were beaten to the point that they could not fight back at all. Now, it was their turn to be terrified, confused and flustered. They faced the blades that were everywhere, and in fear and anger, they experienced the deaths of their companions and the strength of their enemies. After this round of attacks, the cavaliers from Stardust Unit penetrated the group of fugitives diagonally. Before more orcs could surround them, they spurred their horses and broke out of the enemy's formation. They galloped for a distance before they pulled on the reins, turned around and regrouped. Then they charged out of the highway again and charged back into the formation. Charge, attack, break away, turn around, charge again, attack again. The human cavaliers, who numbered less than 100, repeated this process over and over again. They were like sharp blades. They stabbed forward, pulled back, and stabbed forward again. They brought about a new wave of carnage and harvested the orcs' lives. The captives watched until they forgot to breathe. Kandarl's roars became even more rapid and shrill. Chariots and knights are usually the favorites on the chessboard. Dean sighed with emotion. The others turned their heads to look at him. Dean shook his head slowly, because in the same round they moved the furthest. Look. Mickey, the Baron Bone Man who had been staring at the battlefield, growled, "The Chroma family." The captives turned their heads. On the other side of the battlefield, the 20 or so strong orcs who were left behind to cover the retreat finally met the Chroma family, and the cavaliers who charged down from the sand dune. Unexpectedly, compared to the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers' nimbleness and agility and the Stardust Unit's charge back and forth, the Chroma family chose a completely different strategy. At some point in time, the Cavaliers like the Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers had already bypassed the interceptors. The frontmost row of the Cavaliers were now heavily armored. The fully armored Cavaliers had a fierce single-winged crow painted on their shields and horse armors. They stirred up sand and charged forward. They were awe-inspiring and had an imposing presence. They went up against the 20 or so similarly muscular orc warriors who were dressed in armor. It was obvious that they were born to intercept the cavaliers. Louisa narrowed her eyes. No way. They're going to. Dean nodded with a solemn expression. The heavy cavaliers are going to charge. Clearly, the single-winged crow doesn't want to waste time. Thales widened his eyes. That's right. Charge. Meet force with force. Iron against iron. Face to face. Charge without dodging or dodging. Charge without any fancy moves. With a shout, the heavy cavaliers in the first row lowered their spears in unison. The orcs covering the rear roared and turned sideways. They used their shoulders to push against their shields, drew their blades, and prepared to fight back. Finally, bang. Amid a frightening loud bang, the heavy cavaliers' spears clashed violently against the orcs' shields. The sounds of spears breaking, the shattering of shields, the orcs' pained cries, and the humans' curses instantly rose into the air. It was incredibly chaotic. Thales' face was filled with shock. He once again witnessed the great strength of the orcs that no one could compare to. In the front line, an orc with a ferocious face held his shield with all his might. His tendons and bones bulged, and as he roared desperately, he stomped on the sand and took 3 steps back. Not only did he block the charge from the heavy cavaliers, he even exerted strength in his waist and abdomen to flip the cavalier in front of him along with his horse. This power, the prince understood. There was a reason why Kandar left behind this group of elites to cover the rear. But their performance ended there. In the next moment, under the captive's shocked gazes, the moment the orc who flipped over its opponent raised its head, the second heavy cavalier leaped over the horse on the ground and rammed his spear into its shoulder. Bang. Amid the loud bang, the orc, who was already at the end of its tether, could no longer endure it. Its body tilted to one side, and it could only watch as the heavy cavaliers charged forward. The third heavy cavalier charged forward mercilessly and rammed into its chest without any deviation. Amid the terrifying crash, the orc, who had just used its strength to break through its enemy, was sent flying backward like a sandbag that was hit by a hammer. It fell to the ground and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood in pain. It had no strength to get up. Soon, the orc would no longer have to worry. Rumble. A second later, the 4th, 5th, 6th, countless heavy cavaliers charged forward with iron hooves that no one could stop. Their hooves mercilessly stepped on the orc who was lying on the ground. Amid the bone-chilling thuds, the cavaliers crushed its bones, muscles, and organs one after another. They crushed the orc's former pride. The dying orc did not even have the chance to stand up. It was drowned in the endless sea of heavy cavaliers. It was the epitome of the 20 or so orc interceptors. The orc warriors, who had looked death in the eye and had an imposing manner, were like waves that were drowned in the sea and thrown into the sand in the desert under the charge of the heavy cavaliers. They disappeared without a trace, without a sound. It was just like the order given by the Chroma family before they charged forward. Leave none alive. Chapter 383. As they watched the battle of strength and weight that ended in an instant, the captives lying on the sand dune practically forgot to breathe. My God, Quick Rope exhaled shakily. He stared at the heavy cavaliers who were charging forward and wanted to join the pursuit. Are these heavy cavaliers? That's ridiculous, aren't they? Those are orcs. Giant orcs that are 8 to 9 feet tall. Did you just say that they weighed 800 pounds? Louisa retracted her head and quietly said to Old Hammer, I guess that for heavy cavaliers, the weight of their armor must also be included. That's why we need to find a place to hide ourselves. Dean watched the heavy cavaliers trample over the merchant's camp. His expression was unpleasant. The Northlanders' heavy cavaliers are even more terrifying than this. I've seen them when I was young. When they charge in a group, everything is like paper in front of that kind of battle line. Thales pursed his lips and did not speak. For the first time, he understood why the Star Killer had coldly tied him and Saroma to horses, so that they could get used to the battlefield. The captives sighed in unison and turned to the only battlefield left, Shattered Stone Tribe, whose flanks were suddenly flanked by the Stardust unit while they were fleeing. Compared to the Chroma family's heavy cavaliers' assault, which did not cause a single splash, there was only the aftermath of the battle. There was no doubt that the warriors of Shattered Stone Tribe were brave and fearless. Every time the human cavaliers broke through a line of defense, the next batch of warriors would surge out of their own volition and stay where they were to form a new line of defense. With futile battles and certain deaths, they delayed the Stardust unit's relentless pursuit and bought time for the fleeing orcs. On the other side, every cavalier from the Stardust unit was like a ferryman riding on Hell's River. They charged left and right, and their blades, spears, and spears flew one after another. Wherever they went, the orcs' sorrowful cries, angry roars, blood, and pain filled the air. It was not that they did not suffer losses. One or two unfortunate cavaliers were shot down during the battle. The lucky ones returned to their own horses or the horses of their comrades, while the unlucky ones. But compared to the casualties suffered by the orcs and the passive disadvantage they were in, it was not even worth mentioning. In the face of the swift, agile, and speedy cavaliers, the power and explosive power that the desert orcs were so proud of, along with the endurance and violence that they gained from being heavily injured, were all rendered useless. The tribe warriors who were once unparalleled in the world seemed clumsy, weak, and helpless at this moment. The knights on horseback would often ride over and suddenly change their direction, cutting into the side or rear of the orcs. Then, with their speed and momentum, they would stab or slash at the orcs. Then, regardless of the outcome of the battle, they would lift the reins and gallop away, narrowly avoiding the powerful counterattacks of the orcs or the infamous counterattacks of the orcs. Then, they would escape far away before the tall orcs could swarm them. If they faced a group of orcs, the human cavaliers would work together in twos or threes. One of them would charge forward to lure the enemy, while the other would circle around to ambush them from behind. They would even raise their crossbows or javelins and shoot at the same time. Then, they would run far away, and once they were out of a dangerous distance, they would turn around and attack again. As for the troublesome opponents who had seen the orcs charging at them and were prepared for them, the cavaliers would rather avoid their attacks and look for another chance than take the risk to attack. In fact, when they were halfway through their charge, they would whistle and turn around to run, causing the orcs who were prepared to fight to let out indignant but helpless howls. Then they would receive the next fatal or non-fatal attack from their backs or flanks. However, many of the orcs were ambushed, injured because of this cunning, despicable, and almost shameless tactic. But they could only let out furious roars of grief and indignation as they watched their swift opponents flee into the distance while they bled non-stop from their fatal wounds. They swung their weapons in vain while they were in a frenzy due to their heavy injuries. They vented their terrifying endurance and explosive power, but in the end, they welcomed their tragic fate. They died of exhaustion. The number of orc warriors who were still fleeing decreased. Kandarl's roars became hoarser. It was just like the fate of its subordinates. Thales heaved a deep sigh. If that's the case, is this how the legend of the Holiness Exorcism campaign 3,000 years ago, where 2,000 human cavaliers defeated 20,000 orcs? At that moment, a discordant voice rose in the chaotic and devastating battlefield. F***ck them all. The person who spoke was a cavalier, who looked like the commander of the Stardust unit. He saw the Chroma family's unstoppable attack in the distance. The cavalier broke away from the main group. While he urged his horse forward, he spoke in a gruff voice. "That young master is really... Hurry up, girls. This is all our credit. We can't let it be snatched away." Right after he finished speaking, a sharp sound shot past his head. A long arrow landed not too far away from him. The cavalier only reacted then. Still in shock, he turned in the direction where the long arrow came from. Among the fleeing orcs, an orc with white lips drew another arrow and coldly knocked it on the huge black bow. The sharp-eyed Thales recognized him. He was one of Kandarl's 3 holy guards, the orc Yaku who killed the mercenary Palka with one arrow. F***ck you all. The human who spoke just now whipped his horse and galloped towards Yaku. He cursed loudly. "It's you again, you bastard who wears lipstick who's neither a man nor a woman. Didn't your mother teach you not to shoot moving targets at night if your vision isn't good?" Yaku's reply was another arrow from Yaku. Whoosh. The speaker was startled. The long arrow was powerful and heavy. It shot past the speaker's ear and sank into another cavalier's steed. As the horse neighed in pain, the pitiful cavalier fell to the ground and was immediately surrounded by a few orcs. When the human saw his subordinate die, he flew into a rage and slapped his thigh. F***ck me. Snake shooter. Illusory blade. He roared and pointed at Yaku. Get rid of the one with lipstick. Right after he finished speaking, a cavalier from Constellation responded to his command. He raised a longbow on his horse, knocked an arrow with a rope tied to its tail, and shot it at Yaku. Halfway through its flight, before it could reach Yaku, the arrow fell weakly and sank into another orc's shoulder. The orc cried out in pain and held onto the arrow. The cavalier who shot the arrow whistled, pulled the long rope, and galloped to the other side, as if he wanted to drag the orc down. The orc roared angrily and grabbed the long rope as well. He pulled it in the opposite direction, trying to drag the cavalier down. The long rope was pulled, becoming straighter and tighter. Thales was slightly shocked. He had seen the orc's great strength that could overturn a heavy cavalier. He could not help but want to remind the cavalier, don't fight it with strength. However, just as the rope was about to be pulled taut and the cavalier was about to be dragged off his horse, the latter slyly let go. The orc who was holding on to the other end of the long rope and was about to exert force suddenly lost his grip. He lost his balance and staggered backwards. Haha, idiot. The cavalier who shot the arrow laughed. The other cavalier whizzed past the fallen orc. His blade flashed strangely. Before Thales could see it clearly, he saw the orc on the ground whimper and blood spurt out of its neck. Stop fooling around, snake shooter. The cavalier who had the strange blade flashing said in an angry female voice. The boss said, be obedient and work. As she spoke, she stopped her horse, and 3 orcs surrounded her. Magic blade. Be careful. The cavalier who started cursing hurriedly reminded her. But Thales, who was watching the battle, was shocked. The part of the rope that was shot out seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly bounced up from the ground. Like a giant python, it instantly wrapped itself around the orc closest to the female cavalier, and wrapped itself tightly around its neck. The orc dropped its weapon and painfully pulled at the rope around its neck, but the rope automatically tightened and shrank to a position where it could not reach. But the rope did not end its journey. The extra part of the rope bounced up again in a strange manner like a snake, and wrapped itself around the necks of the other 2 orcs. Don't worry, boss. The cavalier named Snake Shooter pulled one end of the long rope and flashed a thumbs up at the cavalier who spoke with a smile. Everything is under control. In the next moment, the blade flashed. Thales did not even see how the blade moved, but he saw blood splattering everywhere. The 3 pitiful orcs avoided the fate of being strangled to death. Their necks were slit one after another. Enough, snake shooter. The female cavalier named Magic Blade flung the blood off her blade. She rode on her horse and raised her blade at Snake Shooter, who was pulling the long rope in a daze. She said in dissatisfaction, we are going to kill the one with the lipstick. It's not for a fool like you to act cool. Snake Shooter screamed. You don't understand, this is my way of fighting. Thales looked at the male and female cavaliers in surprise. His gaze moved back and forth between their snake-like rope and the strange blade. What is that power? The captive's surprise seemed to be no less than Thales. They looked at each other. Only Old Hammer's expression became more and more strange. Shut up. The cavalier who started cursing seemed to be very angry. That young master is coming to snatch the credit. Work hard, F***ck his mother. What the F***ck? He was careless and separated from the charging group. He was actually knocked to the ground by a despairing and enraged orc. Boss! Snake Shooter and Magic Blade cried out in surprise at the same time. Thales recognized it. The orc had blue battle makeup on and held a spiked mace in his hand. He was one of the 3 holy guards. The orc, Duraman. It was Thales Fruka. The blue-faced orc roared angrily. He raised the spiked mace in his hand and aimed it at his boss, who was pinned under his horse. Thales sighed. At that moment, the 4th cavalier dashed over. He raised his hand from afar. In an instant, the sand around Duraman flew up like an explosion. It pounced on Duraman's face. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk as the sand and stones flew. Duraman put down its spiked mace, covered its eyes and retreated in pain. Thales watched the scene in front of him in surprise. The flying sand seemed to be controlled by someone. It blocked Duraman's vision and prevented it from killing its boss. But more orcs saw Duraman's situation. They avoided the charging cavaliers and drew close to the warchief's holy guards. The cavalier who stirred up the sand urged his horse to rush over to save Duraman while he shouted, "Strange fire! Stop them!" Further away, the fifth cavalier named Strange Fire dashed over. He bent down and took out a few round jars from his saddlebag. "They're here." As his steed galloped, the round jars flew out of his hands and smashed at the charging orcs. The round jars broke one after another, and black liquid sprayed out, drenching the orcs' heads and faces. The cavalier named Strange Fire snapped his fingers. Boom. Thales was shocked again. Flames. Endless flames erupted from the bodies of the orcs who were splashed by the black liquid. They screamed in pain and rolled on the ground from the heat. With the efforts of a few cavaliers, the boss finally crawled out from under his dead horse while cursing. But on the other side, Duraman finished rubbing its eyes and pounced on him with a roar. The other cavaliers rushed over in a hurry, but it was too late. Clang. The spiked mace smashed down from the air. It smashed onto the shield that the boss had drawn. The boss grunted. Thales, who had seen its attack before, felt his heart tighten. The power of Duraman the orc. As expected, the blue-faced orc roared with all his might, and the spiked mace came crashing down. The boss's face contorted, as if he could not withstand the orc's great strength. Strength. So amazing. He muttered intermittently. His whole body trembled, and he looked like he was straining himself. But the next scene exceeded Thales' expectations once again. The boss trembled and used his right arm to push against the shield. He slowly stretched out his left arm and grabbed one of Duraman's arms. Before Duraman could curse, it was shocked to see that its spiked mace was being lifted up inch by inch. What? The human captives who were watching the battle were equally shocked. My God, is that Hercules? Quick Rope blinked. But there was no mistake. In this contest of strength between humans and orcs, Duraman's weapon was being pushed up bit by the human in front of it with his physical strength. The cavalier named Boss gritted his teeth, raised his eyes, and continued to grab the enemy's hand with his left arm. The boss roared, and the muscles in his arm gradually tightened. Thales focused his gaze. He saw that the boss's left arm was one size thicker than his right arm. Finally, the boss erupted with unimaginable strength and lifted the spiked mace over his head. Bang. He kicked Duraman back violently, then fell on the ground to pant. The orc Duraman looked at its weapon with an unpleasant expression. It obviously could not imagine that it was suppressed by a human. It panted heavily, and the anger and indignation in its eyes grew. It took large strides and attacked again. But the orc could not move forward. The sand under Duraman's feet suddenly moved, as if it had turned into the softest and weakest water, causing the orc to sink into it. As the sand sank to its waist, Duraman could no longer move freely. It grunted and struggled desperately. In the next second, a rope that came out of nowhere slithered over from the sand like a snake and wrapped itself around Duraman's hands. Its spiked mace fell to the ground. Mystic eyes, work harder. The cavalier named Snake Shooter's expression was tense. He held the reins in one hand and the rope in the other as he stared at the entangled orc. This guy is so strong. The cavalier named Mystic Eyes urged his horse forward. He also had a constipated expression as he stared at the sand on the ground. He looked like he was having a hard time. This is already my full strength. Snake Shooter, don't be lazy. However, they still firmly restrained Duraman, who was trying to break free. Then, the boss panted enough and got up from the ground. He walked up to the chained Duraman, looked at its hateful and angry eyes, and repeated in disdain. So what if you're strong? Boss, hurry up. In the distance, the cavalier named Strange Fire ran back and forth anxiously. He threw round cans at the orcs who tried to get close like a madman, igniting fire on the enemies. He held them back with Phantom Blade. I'm running out of oil. The boss spat, clenched his left fist, and stretched it back to the angle of a punch. The muscles on his left arm surged again. Doorman roared in grief and indignation. But that's right. The boss chuckled. Having great strength is amazing. In the next second, the boss instantly threw his fist. It was so strong that it even caused ripples in the air. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a crisp sound rose. He threw a standard uppercut. Thales then saw the originally terrifying orc, Doorman. Its chin was pointed straight at the sky. The blue-faced orc no longer moved. On the sand dune, the captives watched the fight between these strange people in a daze. Dean smiled and patted Thales' shoulder in a teasing manner. He pointed at the dead Doorman. What a pity, Sekka, who has just come of age. Your dear Fruka. He was killed by someone. Thales responded with a polite smile. Yes. The prince waved his hand in a seemingly resigned manner. It's a pity that I can't kill it with my own hands. My God. Old Hammer did not seem to have any intention of joining in on this little joke. He stared at the group of strange cavaliers with their own nicknames. Those people are not as simple as the Stardust unit. So who are they? Quick Rope asked curiously. Freaks, Old Hammer said coldly, or the Freak Squad. That's what we call them in Bladefang's camp, and even in the entire Western front lines. Everyone responded in surprise. Freaks? Freak Squad. Thales mulled over this term, and his expression changed. Could it be? Yes, that's a group of freaks. The veteran of Constellation turned around with a conflicted expression. Baron Williams personally pardoned and recruited them despite the criticism and accusations. Since their establishment, they've caused countless troubles. Most of them are scum, criminals, lunatics, prostitutes. Chapter 384. The raging fire illuminated the dark sky, and the blood was crimson. The battle had started abruptly, but in stark contrast, it had ended quietly. Unknowingly, the sounds of fighting and roars became sparse and almost inaudible. The movements of the combatants gradually changed from fierce swings to precise stabs, and the last hit. The orcs at the very front fled further and further away. They ran out of the sand dunes and the illumination of the fire, disappearing into the night. The Stardust unit, who were charging back and forth, gradually stopped. They reined in their horses amid the corpses and blood on the ground to check and confirm the results of their battle. On the other side, the Chroma family's cavaliers had long since gotten rid of the orcs at the rear. They met up with the Stardust unit in a mighty manner. But all of this had nothing to do with Thales and the human captives who were being escorted down. They were not ignored. After the battle ended, the cavaliers with single-winged ravens painted on their robes and shields rushed up the small sand dune. They chased the orcs down the sand dune unceremoniously after they berated and chased them away. Thales believed that if they showed even the slightest bit of resistance and dissatisfaction, the group of unhappy cavaliers would not mind drinking more blood with the weapons in their hands. Hence, the people in the merchant group, including the mercenaries, became captives for the second time. Under the close supervision of a team of Chroma family cavaliers, they obediently walked down the sand dune and walked towards the messy battlefield. Walk faster, desert bandits. A cavalier with a long spear urged impatiently. We are not desert bandits, honorable sir. Tormorden tugged at his collar and protested sternly. Perhaps because he was no longer facing the ferocious and evil orcs, the master of the merchant group regained a lot of his courage. It's a merchant group. A legitimate, legal, and qualified merchant group. My ancestors used to be. The cavalier with the long spear smiled. I'm not an adult. My ancestors for 7 or 8 generations were probably farmers. As for you, the people of the Great Desert, desert bandits, merchant groups, and exiles. He shook his head while he rode on his horse. Do you know what's different about you to me? Tormorden listened attentively. The answer is, the cavalier said coldly, I don't know. And I don't care. Tormorden's smile froze a little. In the next second, the knight's spear struck Tormorden's butt. So move your ass, desert bandit. As Tormorden screamed miserably, the group of people anxiously arrived at the center of the battlefield. The fire caused by the eternal oil was much smaller, but it was still burning, illuminating everything around it. The Chroma family's cavaliers laughed brazenly as they cleaned up the battlefield. Quite a number of people cast their gazes on them, and the malicious gazes in their eyes made them feel uneasy. Wait here. The knight put away his spear and stepped off the saddle. He said coldly, "The lords will decide how to deal with you." "My God," Tormodin panted. He covered his butt with one hand and wiped his sweat with the other. He whispered among the captives, "These people are practically barbarians. Listen, we have to match our statements. We didn't come out from Bladefang's dune, but from the Tower of Eradication to the south. That's why we didn't know about Constellation's blockade order." Desert God. Seth. Dean sighed. "Do you think they don't know our background?" Tormodin was slightly taken aback. "They have two squads, the Chroma family and the Stardust unit. One of them is lying in ambush in the distance and attacking from different directions. This means that they planned this a long time ago. This group of Constellations might have discovered us a long time ago. I'm even willing to bet that they know that our merchant group came out from Bladefang's camp." Dean looked at the cavaliers around him. "They only followed the trail of the camp we left behind from a distance. Their goal was to make us bait those cunning orcs, and they did it. Our merchant group made those orcs lower their guard. If it wasn't for that fire, this would have been a perfect pocket. They would have slowly closed it under the cover of night, and captured all the orcs who were sleeping soundly on their spoils of war and supplies." Louise's expression was unpleasant. "They used us as bait?" Dean sighed and nodded. "So, I suggest that you tell the truth. Don't try to hide it." Tormodin opened his mouth wide in disbelief. "But our goods, who cares?" Mickey interrupted him coldly. "Do you know how many people we've lost? We shouldn't have come this time, or we should have turned back yesterday." This sentence made everyone in the merchant group fall silent. A group of soldiers surrounded the place where the cavalier walked towards with torches in their hands. Two officers, who were dressed differently from ordinary soldiers, stood on the ground. They led their horses and discussed something loudly. It was worth noting that the Constellations stood on two sides, and there was a clear distinction between them. One side was surrounded by a stern-looking young noble under a single-winged raven flag. The other side, which included the Freak Squad, held the Stardust war flag and followed behind a strong officer. Thales recognized him. This officer's left arm was slightly thicker than his right. He was the boss of the Freak Squad, the one who had just killed an orc holy guard with a single punch. Thales exhaled a long breath and thought about his next step. Constellation's army was right in front of him. According to the original plan, the people from the Secret Intelligence Department would bring him into the desert and meet up with Constellation's army. But now, the Chroma family's conscripts, and the Stardust unit, which was the regular army of the royal family. Can these people be trusted? If I reveal my identity at this time, will it be a wise choice? What are they talking about? Quick Rope narrowed his eyes. They look like they're arguing. Thales looked up and saw that the argument between the two officers was getting more and more intense. Old Hammer stared at him for a while and shook his head. "I'm not surprised. In the Western front lines, conscripts and regular soldiers have never mixed together. Are they on bad terms? Let me put it this way." Old Hammer coughed. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his injuries just now. In Bladefang's camp, if a suzerain's conscript and a regular soldier of the royal family enter the same latrine pit, usually, only one person can come out after wiping his butt clean. Quick Rope asked in puzzlement. "But they're all Constellations, and they're even guarding the same camp. Why are they so?" "The current king of Extet and his brother share the same mother." Old Hammer snorted softly. "When he stabbed his brother to death, he didn't show any mercy." The Baron Bone Man shook his head. "Bloody thorn lizard." This sentence reminded the captives of something. Soon no one said anything else. The officer's argument finally came to an end. "So this is the merchant group?" A gentle voice was heard. The boss who had said F***CK your mother on the battlefield clapped his hands and walked forward. Thales noticed that the so-called Freak Squad stood behind this officer. That bonfire party was really lively. There were sounds and colors. The so-called boss spoke in a Western Desert local accent. He waved his hand at the burning eternal oil in the distance and said with a steady expression, "Who's in charge here?" At that moment, Thales thought that he had returned to dozens of minutes ago, when he was being interrogated by the orc Kandarl. The captives looked at each other. Respected sir. The master of the merchant group finally exhaled. He put on a smile and took a step forward. I am Seth Tormorden, sir. I often travel the trade route from Bladefang's camp to the Three Kingdoms of the Mystery Sea. My ancestors once served under the virtuous king. I am Duro. The leader of the psionics looked at Tormorden. He swept his gaze over the dozen cautious people in the merchant group, but he interrupted him without showing any respect. I am Cusack Duro, but I am not a lord. My ancestors were farmers for 3 generations, until Baron Williams chose me to become one of his vanguards and lead a small team. Tormorden instantly felt a little awkward, but he quickly changed his mind and immediately clasped his hands together. His face was full of admiration. Oh, so you are the barons. At this moment, the young noble from the Chroma family exhaled impatiently. Hurry up, you freaks. Don't waste time. Haven't you wasted enough today? Thales suddenly noticed that this was the knight who gave the order to leave no one alive on the sand dune. By the looks of it, he was the commander of the Chroma family. When he heard the word freak, Captain Duro turned to the young noble. His smile did not diminish, but his eyes shone with a cold glare. Baron Gertz, according to what we agreed on, can I negotiate with you? The young nobleman Goose shrugged. Whatever. Duro nodded. He then turned around, narrowed his eyes, and carefully sized up the merchant in front of him. Eternal oil. The psionic's next words made Tormorden tremble slightly. He pointed at the burning camp in the distance. How much oil did you get to start a fire of this scale? 10 barrels? 20 barrels? At that moment, Tormorden smiled awkwardly and ingratiatingly. He looked left and right, and his gaze kept moving between the flames and Duro. Sir, we just met some illegal smugglers on the way and bought the oil. I mean, we can't let it flow into the great desert, right? But I swear I didn't participate in any. Dean sighed quietly behind him. Bullsh*T. Aside from those orcs just now, our people have already cleaned up the surrounding area. Duro snorted coldly. You braved the blockade order to bring this eternal oil out of Bladefang's camp, Tenny. Tormorden's expression froze. He did not even care that Duro had called his name wrongly. I can tell that you are not a small merchant group of 5 or 6 people. I bet that if we search your goods, we will find a lot of contraband goods. Smuggling banned goods into the Great Desert. And under the blockade order. Duro sighed, and his gaze became fierce. I don't think this is a legal business activity. You know, it can be convicted. The captives frowned. Tormorden panicked. Honorable sir, The leader of the psionics raised a finger and stopped him from speaking. But at least you helped a little and slightly distracted those gray mixed breeds. Duro slowly raised his head and revealed a heartwarming smile. He nodded in approval. For our victory, we made a small contribution. Hope reappeared on Tormorden's face. It's what we should do, to be able to help you, sir. I am very ashamed. He was a little excited. So, but you still let the orc leader escape, Baron Gertz said coldly, and he sounded like he was in a difficult position. It's all thanks to your touching tactical cooperation, Stardust Unit. The smile on Duro's face disappeared. We will discuss this issue later, Baron Gertz. Not now. Gertz snorted coldly. Thales was deep in thought as he watched the 2 groups of people who stood on 2 sides and seemed to be in a stalemate with each other, as well as the 2 commanders who seemed to disagree with each other in their words. Duro turned his head around and looked at Tormorden, who was at a loss. He smiled and said, So even though your violations of the law are despicable, Tenny, I am still willing to put in a good word for you in front of the judge and give you a chance to choose. A chance to choose? Thales frowned slightly. He noticed that the freaks behind Duro looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Opposite Duro, Baron Gertz looked to the other side in disdain. Tormorden sucked in a breath, and tears almost filled his eyes. Sir. Thank you very much. By the way, my name is Tormorden, not Tenny. The leader of the psionics accepted his gratitude with a smile. So Tenny. Colluding with the enemy, being a spy. Which of the two crimes will you choose? His words stunned the entire group of captives. Colluding with the enemy? Spy? Even Thales could not help but be stunned. He wondered if he should reveal his identity. Tormodin widened his eyes. What? Duro sighed. Don't be surprised, Tenny. Judging from the large pile of resources you have as evidence, you will definitely be charged with these two crimes, and it will be enough for you to be sent to the prison of bones. The leader of the freaks in the Stardust unit looked at them with a troubled expression. He then smiled. But I still gave you a choice. You can choose one of them. Isn't that great? Tormodin's face turned from red to green. No, sir, I swear. We are not. You can't. We make a small contribution. While Tormodin was rambling incoherently, Duro raised another finger. But the captain's eyes flickered slightly. If there is not enough evidence, I think it will be very difficult to establish the crime, and the judge will not be able to do anything to you. Tormodin froze. Not enough evidence? What do you mean? He stared at Duro, not knowing why. Look, your eternal oil is almost used up. Duro sighed and pointed at the burning camp in the distance. Without evidence, I don't think the judge will be able to make things difficult for you regarding the smuggling of eternal oil. Tormodin stared at him in a daze. Duro walked forward and wrapped his thick left arm around the merchant's shoulder. He brought him around in a circle, unable to resist, and took in the scene around him. It was the camp and small tents set up by the merchant group. The goods piled up there were scattered during the fierce battle, and the ground was in a mess. But look at your surroundings. Your goods. Be it smuggling, violating the blockade, or contraband. By the Sunset Goddess, you still have so much evidence of your crimes here. Even if I want to help you get rid of your crimes, it will be very difficult to prove your innocence. Duro patted his shoulder with a stern expression. Do you understand? Once he said this, Dean and Old Hammer's expressions instantly became strange. Tormodin looked at the goods around him. His lips trembled, and he was speechless. Duro wrapped his arm around Tormodin's shoulder like a brother and stared at him emotionally. A few seconds later, Snakeshooter, who was behind Duro, shrugged. I don't think he understands, boss. On the other side, Baron Gertz could not help but laugh. The psionic instantly felt a little awkward. He sighed, let go of Tormodin, and pushed him back into the ranks of the captives in disappointment. His thick left arm made Tormodin stagger. All right then, the two crimes of collaborating with the enemy and being a spy. As Duro spoke, the Constellatiate soldiers beside him placed their hands on their weapons. Thales was shocked. At this moment, Dean took a step forward. The mercenary stomped on Tormodin's foot and whispered into his ear, "Give it to them." Tormodin shuddered and immediately reacted. I understand. He squealed like a pig being slaughtered and raised his hands high. I understand. I understand, sir. His voice was so loud that it spread through the sand dunes around them. It caused the soldiers who were cleaning up the mess to turn their heads repeatedly. Captain Duro, who had his hands on his hips, paused for a moment before he slowly raised his eyes. You really understand? Yes, sir. At that moment, Tormodin's face was full of grief, but he answered without hesitation. He spread his arms and gestured at the camp around him. Goods, all of our merchant group's goods, everything from the 16 merchants, from pots and utensils to spices and seeds, from clothes and jewelry to precious collections. Take all of it, take all of it. We don't want anything. As long as you let us go safely. The merchants' faces immediately turned gloomy. But Duro did not reply with a smile as expected. The squad leader let out a painful sigh and slapped his forehead with a look of exasperation and disappointment. No, you still don't understand. The captives stared at him in shock and bewilderment. Duro put his hand down with a disappointed look on his face. He raised his voice. Take your goods, and let us take them? Duro's face was full of resentment. He continuously slapped the hilt of his sword and armor with both hands, making loud sounds. Tormodin was so frightened that he kept retreating. Do you think that His Majesty's army will covet your things, your belongings, even if it's just one copper coin? What do you take us for? Corrupt officials who accumulate wealth or shameless bandits? It's hard to imagine that this is the image of the great kingdom's army in your hearts. Sunset Goddess, We are Constellation's army. We have our own rules and creeds, and we exist to protect the kingdom and its people. The leader of the psionics paced back and forth, as if he could not understand the captive's thoughts. His righteous look made many people feel ashamed. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Don't insult us like this, all right? The captives were dumbfounded as they stared at the leader of the psionics who spoke righteously. What's wrong? Dean asked in a low voice, puzzled. Does he think it's too little? I don't know. Old Hammer answered him while coughing. That's all the merchant group has. Tormorden stared at Captain Duro, who flew into a rage and sighed in hatred. He looked at the others in fear and asked for help, but the other Constellation Cavaliers looked at him calmly. If you are not satisfied, I still have a sum of money after we return to Bladefang's camp. Duro stopped moving. He spread his hands and stared at Tormorden in disbelief, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. What are you doing, Tondi? You actually tried to bribe me? Bribe me? Bribe the glorious kingdom's army and His Majesty's soldiers? Chapter 385. Duro stared at Tormorden. Do you know that this will add to your charges? Colluding with the enemy, being a spy, and bribing. What? Tormorden's face turned pale. He was completely at a loss. Puzzled, Thales looked at Duro's face and suddenly remembered a long time ago, when he was begging in Lower City District. Police officers and public security teams were usually too lazy to patrol the dirty and messy Lower City District, but Thales had a lot of experience begging at Western City Gate. Over there, where criminals were everywhere, they executed a set of rules that were completely different from those in the underground streets. When you faced the people from Black Street, you could just give them money, but when you faced the slippery and nimble criminals under the Capitol, Thales looked at the terrified Tormorden and the others, who did not know what was going on, and could not help but sigh. The teenager took a step forward. We understand, sir. Thales forced a smile and attracted everyone's attention. But please believe me, we are all legal merchants. We left Bladefang's camp before the blockade was issued, and we brought along daily goods that conform to the law. The psionic captain's gaze froze a little. Unfortunately, our merchant group ran into orcs on the way. All our goods were robbed, and we lost a lot of people. We only had 15 camels left, and we barely escaped with our lives, Thales said dejectedly as he shook his head. When they heard this, the captives' expressions changed, and Captain Duro's expression darkened. I am very sorry to hear this. He sighed sadly. It should have been our duty and responsibility to ensure your lives and interests in the desert. But we were busy besieging the orcs and allowed you to fall into the hands of the desert bandits. This is our dereliction of duty. Thales keenly noticed that Duro's western desert accent had disappeared a lot. Desert bandits from God's domain. Duro frowned slightly and gestured for him to continue. Thales immediately understood. Yes. He quickly corrected himself. We were robbed by a group of desert bandits, and all our goods went missing after that. But we were lucky. A few days after we escaped, we ran into Sir Duro leading an army to fight the desert orcs. That scene was really shocking. Duro's expression slowly relaxed. The captives looked at each other with strange expressions. It's you, Captain Duro, the glorious Stardust unit. You're the ones who saved us on the chaotic battlefield. Thales looked at him gratefully. You also gave us enough aid when we were cornered and in need of resources, allowing us to return home after losing everything. Thales emphasized on losing everything. Luo sighed slightly. Oh no, young man. The captain had a humble look on his face as he patted his shoulder and said in a friendly and gentle tone, It's okay to lose the goods, as long as your life is safe and sound. Besides, don't you still have 10 camels left? Duro emphasized the word 10. Tormorden covered his face in pain. As for gratitude, this is what we should do. The military exists to protect the people, whether it's your property or your life. Thales' expression froze. But he managed to force out a few tears in time, turning this awkward stiffness into a moved sob. Yes, at least we still have 10 camels left. As for your kindness, Captain, we will always be grateful. Behind Luo, the female knight nicknamed Spirit Blade, widened her eyes so much that they were about to pop out. Thales continued to sob. This is our only consolation after we lost our goods. It's just that Master Tormorden offered to pay you a sum of money as a token of gratitude, but you refused, and it made us very apologetic. Snakeshooter, who was in the freak squad, snickered. Duluo glared at him. Snakeshooter immediately stood still obediently. It was only then that Duluo turned around in satisfaction and coughed. I understand your kind intentions, but we have our principles. Forgive me, but I really can't accept it. Quick Rope rolled his eyes in a corner he could not see. The leader of the freak squad looked at Thales with a gratified expression. Very good. It seems like you're really very understanding, young man. What's your name? Thales' expression stiffened. Sika. When he heard this name, Dean raised his eyebrows. Duluo pulled him into his arms and laughed. Very good, Sika. Tondi, if I were you, when this young and promising man grows up, I'll promote him to be my assistant. His Western Desert accent returned to him. Tormorden squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Duro shook Thales, whose smile was a little stiff. With people like you, good citizens who support the kingdom and the army, how can our warriors not be brave and good at fighting? How can we not move forward courageously? The people we risk our lives to protect are adorable constellations like you. Thales sighed and said sincerely, seeing how Constellation's current situation is so prosperous, I'm also very excited. The psionic nodded. Then, do you know how to tell the others in the camp when you go back? Thales sighed and said, of course, when we were in danger in the desert and lost our goods, we were fortunate enough to meet Sir Duro of the Stardust Unit. He's a very good person, loyal to his duty, kind. Duro nodded slightly. You know, I'm a peace-loving person. Duro's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he glanced at each captive. But if you run into those traitors and smugglers who intend to destroy the peace, please tell us. Believe me, even if we have to walk through the entire desert, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop, and create a safe and prosperous trade route for all of you. The captives felt a chill in their hearts, and they quickly nodded vigorously. That's great, Duro said in satisfaction. With this you can return home safely, and we've completed our duty to protect the country. I'm really gratified that the warriors at the front line and the civilians at the rear understand each other. They're like fish in water. How can Constellation not be strong? How can it not rise? How can it not be revived? Thales only felt that his smile was a little sour. Tondi, if I were you, I'd definitely marry my daughter to him. Really, if I had a daughter. Duro patted his shoulder in the end, glanced at the goods around him, and said with a sigh, believe me, this dowry will definitely be profitable. Thales smiled stiffly. Finally, Duro waved his hand. That's enough. Pack the necessary luggage. Remember, if it's necessary, such as 10 camels, then go back to Bladefang's camp. Be careful on your way back, but don't worry in the desert. Duro clenched his fists, smiled, and shook his thick arm. We will always be your most solid support. Tormorden, who had instantly become penniless, responded to Duro with an ugly smile. The merchants and mercenaries' faces were livid. They averted their gazes from their solid support. Thales sighed in his heart, but in the end he did not say anything. At this moment, wait. Baron Gertz, who had been silent all this while, spoke. There was anger in his voice. I've had enough. Duro looked at the single-winged crow flag behind Baron Gertz and frowned. What? I'm a noble. Gertz lowered his arm and said coldly, I'm sorry, Captain Duro, but I can't just watch as you snatch what belongs to them. The captives were instantly shocked. What do you mean? Gertz walked in front of Duro and looked him straight in the eye. You, return the goods to them. We came out with a mission to sweep through the desert, not to collect money. The leader of the psionics was stunned. The captives were stunned as well. Duro used a few seconds to understand the current situation. I thought we had a good time working together, Gertz. Duro scratched the back of his head. Listen, no one likes to work with you, Gertz said coldly. Freaks. The others' faces darkened. Duro let out a sigh. I know, and I understand. No one wants to come to this godforsaken desert during this season to suffer, chase after and drive away those poor scum, and get pitifully little rewards. The leader of the freaks, who belonged to the Stardust unit, stared solemnly at the Baron in front of him. So please, this is a rare opportunity. Don't block me. I just want some compensation. Baron Gertz shook his head. His gaze was cold. My men have never complained about this. As he spoke, the soldiers of the Chroma family tensed up and surrounded the Baron. The leader of the freaks fell silent. But he did not show any signs of weakness. He placed his hands on his hips and took a step forward. His right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. His thick left arm trembled. The members of the Stardust unit, including the Freak Squad, also took a step forward with hostile expressions. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Thales watched this scene in surprise. Logically speaking, both sides were ordered to clean up the desert and welcome me. But based on the current situation, it might not be a good idea for both sides to work together. Among the captives, Old Hammer's expression was unpleasant. Damn it. We're caught in the middle again. At this moment, Tormorden raised his trembling hand. Your Grace, actually, you don't have to do this for us. But Baron Gertz did not buy it. Shut up. Gertz refused immediately. This is not for you, merchant. It's for justice and fairness. He stared coldly at the gloomy Duro. For the creed we've protected for thousands of years. Duro looked as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. Are you crazy? You're still playing this game in this day and age? Duro opened his mouth and exchanged a few glances with his subordinates behind him. But Gertz continued to stare at him coldly. Duro's breathing quickened. All right. 30%. Duro looked at the pile of goods in the distance and gritted his teeth. You can take 30% of this batch of goods. Gertz chuckled. What? The Baron sneered. You want to bribe me? Bribe Baron Amaret Faker Gertz, who is under the Count of Wingfort. 40%. Duro clenched his fists. No more. This batch of goods is not a small amount, and you're just a Baron. Gertz shook his head. You so-called regular soldiers of the royal family are also part of the army, but you just don't understand, do you? About what we fight for, about responsibility and glory. His words made the atmosphere even more tense. Duro took a deep breath. Listen, I know you're unhappy that we let that orc escape today and you lost your battle achievements, but listen, don't cause trouble. There are many important people watching. Trouble? The real troublemakers are people like you. Gertz did not back down. Count Chroma often told me this. I'll say it again. Return the goods to them. Duro stomped his feet violently. 50-50. He pointed at his feet in exasperation. That's my bottom line. Gertz snorted and laughed. My God, I can't believe it. Even now, you still want to use money to avert disaster and keep the peace. Baron Gertz sighed and said, the king's power is too great. Under his wings, which he cannot see, there will always be maggots like you who will erode the foundation of the entire kingdom. This is the meaning of our existence. The nobles must check and balance the king's power, and we'll start with the domineering army under him. Thales watched them go back and forth, but there was not much substance to their conversation, and there was not much in common. He felt that it was a little strange. Gertz. Could it be that this vassal of the Chroma family is an idealist? But in the current situation, the eruption of a conflict between them is not very optimistic for the captives. Duro fell silent. You really know how to involve people, Your Grace. But you won't want to fight with us here because of this. The captain pointed at the sky and said in a low voice, the people up there, be it the barons or the counts, or even, they will not be happy. You're right. Gertz answered him coldly. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. I think so too. Then, do you want them to be happy? Freaks. Duro's expression changed. The two groups of people placed their hands on their weapons and stared at each other with murderous intent. 60%. Duro stared at the other party fiercely. He had already unsheathed his weapon by an inch. If they can't accept it, then let's fight. Gertz stared at his opponent quietly. A second later, the Baron smiled. Deal. Gertz said smugly. His hand left the hilt of his sword. What? The captives were all stunned. Deal? The captives, who had just watched in astonishment as the Baron rejected the other party's bribes in a righteous manner, and were worried that Gertz's impulsive actions would implicate them, were instantly dumbfounded and speechless. Even Thales was surprised for a moment. Duro spat on the ground fiercely. Bah, greedy enough. But Gertz just turned around indifferently and mounted his horse. Remember, 60%. My flag bearer will confirm it with you. I'll wait for you in front. Happy working with you, Captain Duro. In the next moment, the Baron and his subordinates galloped away together. These maggots. Duro stared at the Baron's back with a contemptuous expression. Nobles? They're practically vampires crawling on the kingdom. Constellation was destroyed because of you. The captives stared at each other, speechless. Don't just stand here and get in the way. Hurry up and disappear. Also, don't cause trouble. Duro, who was in a bad mood, waved his hand impatiently at them. We're the kingdom's army. We have to protect you. We're very busy. The captives turned around stiffly and left. Thales looked at the departing Baron, then at Duro, who was sulking. A few seconds later, he let out a long sigh. He stopped himself from taking a step forward, held back the words he was about to say, and turned around with the others. No, Thales shook his head quietly. No, the sky was getting darker. As the cold wind rustled, the people in the merchant group walked to their respective camps with complicated emotions. They packed up the remaining luggage and corpses. The Stardust unit watched them strictly to prevent them from taking away too many goods that were already lost. But Dante's greatswords were gloomy and gloomy. Honestly, among the mercenaries, Louisa closed the eyes of Palka's corpse with an expressionless face. She said hoarsely, I don't think Tormodin will pay us anymore. At least he won't pay us enough. He'll have a good reason to shirk his responsibility and even blame us. Palka can't, Haken. There are so many casualties, everyone's compensation. Louisa could not continue speaking. Dante's greatswords fell silent. The atmosphere became very oppressive. Dean sighed, took Kant's greatsword from his hand, and pushed the big man into the sandpit he dug. I'll think of something. Now let's pack up our things first. We need to be skillful in packing. Don't let them stop us. Mickey punched the sand hard. What was that just now? The Baron Bone Man glanced at the cavaliers in the distance, who were searching everywhere. He could not hide his anger. That group of... Dean shook his head, but did not speak. Thales, on the other hand, sighed. Welcome, he spoke in a hoarse and rather listless voice. Welcome to Constellation. Chapter 386. Compared to the journey they took, the merchant group's return journey was much more peaceful. Forget about the orcs and desert bandits. Aside from a few corpses beside a few supply points, they did not run into a single person at all. They rarely even saw animals. But everyone knew why this was so. Once they thought of this, many of them felt troubled. As always, the merchants kept their distance from Dante's greatsword and stayed at the back with their 8 empty camels. Their furtive glances hid indignation and resentment that were difficult to detect. The mercenaries, who were left with only a few people, walked with tired steps. They pulled 2 camels and led the way in front. None of their war horses were left. The only 2 camels they had were temporarily borrowed in the name of safety after Dean argued with the merchants. He even threatened them with his sword. Dean and Mickey walked at the front, dragging their tired bodies and gloomy hearts to identify the way home. From time to time, they would discuss the location of the next supply point. Old Hammer had not recovered from his injuries. He leaned half his weight on the camel and coughed laboriously as he moved forward. He looked like he would fall at any moment. Louisa walked behind him worriedly, ready to catch him if he fell. Quick Rope followed behind them gloomily. He looked troubled and at the same time, he lost interest in telling jokes and promoting his business. The atmosphere in the entire team was quiet and depressing. Death and blood had destroyed the relaxed and happy atmosphere the mercenaries once had. After experiencing ambushes, battles, casualties, and extortion, it was as if the happy team would never return. In this situation, the prince could only remain silent. He tightened the crossbow on his shoulder, pulled up the scarf to shield his face from the sun, and consciously walked at the end of the mercenary team. After fighting side by side against the orcs, he was much more familiar with this team that had suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, perhaps because the Constellation Cavaliers had gotten rid of most of the threats, or perhaps because their misfortune was finally over, other than the endless yellow sand under their feet and the scorching sun above their heads, there were no other accidents on the way back. As the journey grew longer, every time Thales stepped on the sand, he felt something strange. The ground under his feet seemed to have come alive again, and with every step he took, it would tell him the direction and the terrain. So, finally, on one of the days when the sun was setting and the team moved forward quietly, Thales paused when he climbed a sand dune. The mercenaries in front of him stopped. Louisa exhaled. There was a complicated feeling in her voice. No one spoke. "What's wrong?" Thales caught up to him and asked cautiously. Dean turned around and said, "We're here." Thales paused. With an indescribable feeling in his heart, Thales raised his head and looked at the bottom of the sand dune. He stared at the seemingly endless horizon of the desert. The youth was stunned. Fortress. A fortress towering in the desert. No, it was more than one fortress. It was the fortress group. They were countless fortresses of different shapes and sizes that extended beyond his field of vision. They appeared behind a seemingly endless low wall, sandwiched between several thick and large dunes, at different distances from each other, with a great difference. Some fortresses stood alone in the wilderness, far away from other fortresses of the same kind. Some fortresses were closely stacked together, pressing against each other. Some fortresses were built in the style of sentry towers, pointing abruptly at the sky. Some fortresses were squarish, with earthy yellow stone stairs between the different levels. Some fortresses had many corners and were thick, clearly meant for defense. Some fortresses were wide, short, and looked more like residences. Some fortresses were more than 10 meters tall, standing out among the sand dunes. Some were 1 or 2 stories low, as if they could only be used for drying clothes. Perhaps it was because of the sandstorm, but the color of these fortresses matched the sand. There were even traces of fire and smoke in many places. From afar, they looked like a pile of clumsy building blocks on the beach. Thales swore that if it were not for the plants that stretched out between the fortresses, if it were not for the foundations that appeared under many of the fortresses, if it were not for the double-crossed silver star flag that fluttered high above the fortress at the front, if it were not for the wooden barricades placed around the low walls, if it were not for the bustling figures moving back and forth between the fortresses, he would have thought that this was the remains of an ancient desert city. Blade Fang's Dune. Dean looked at the familiar place with a complicated gaze. Blade Fang's camp. Blade Fang's Dune? Thales shook his head in amazement as he sized up the man-made buildings that suddenly appeared in the desert. This is... Dean patted Thales' shoulder. After you pass this huge camp that can sustain the lives of a few thousand people, you will no longer be stepping on yellow sand if you head east for another day. Congratulations, Waya. The great desert ends here. Thales nodded. It ends here. Thales sighed slowly as he stared at the fluttering constellation flag in the distance, and sensed the sense of direction that had reappeared in his heart. The merchants caught up to them. Many of them cried tears of joy when they saw the familiar scene in front of them. I knew it. Tormodin heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was immediately filled with worry. But our goods. But his expression quickly changed. Hey, Big Dean, we are very grateful for your escort along the way. To be honest, you are the best guide and bodyguard I have ever seen. Really, if it were someone else. But as you can see, we have bad luck on this trip. We have lost everything, and there will be some problems with cash flow. So, we might have to wait for a while before we pay the rest of the money. Dean's expression darkened. He stared at Tormodin coldly. The mercenaries' gazes also turned cold. Wait for a while? Mickey said softly. Then, why don't you wait for a while in the desert as well? We will send you back when your cash flow has arrived. Tormodin's smile immediately froze. But he reacted quickly and turned his head away to avoid the bald mercenary and the barren bone man's gazes. He turned to look at Louisa. I am not reneging on my debt. And I swear on the reputation of the Tormorden family that we started our business as lenders. Back then, even the Jadestar royal family borrowed money from us. We are the most trustworthy. Thales raised his eyebrows. Tormorden's eyes darted around. He held the camel's reins tightly, as if he was going to ride it and flee the next moment. I'm just saying that you have to understand us. My dear Louisa, think about it. Your father, old Dante, is such a good person. He helps the poor and the weak, and he is kind and charitable. And I have been friends with him for so many years. Do you think I will renege on my debt for this little bit of money? His face was filled with sorrow and nostalgia as he looked hopefully at the female captain. Louisa fixed her gaze on him, and in the end, she exhaled in resignation. Forget it. Don't use the trick of I know your father anymore. I never expected you to give me the money anyway. Louisa muttered and shook her head. You should think about how to get past the guards. The blockade order is still in effect, but we are entering the camp at this time. The moment Tormorden heard the words forget it, his face lit up. I knew you were a good person. The pot-bellied merchant was elated. He seemed to want to pat Louisa's shoulder, but his arm was slapped away by Mickey halfway. Don't worry, we have already bribed that greedy freak. He said that no one will make things difficult for us. They soon found out whether Duro's words were effective or not. Duro. The guard guarding Bladefang's camp stood in front of Tormorden. He looked at the merchant group, which had nothing left except for 10 camels, with a face full of suspicion. Did he say that? Tormorden nodded obediently. He smiled wholeheartedly, as if he was very familiar with this place. Yes, Brother Duro is very close to me. When he comes back, he will know once he asks. We don't know about the blockade order. The guard frowned and sized up everyone. Is that so? Are you very close to Duro? Tormorden waved his hand and laughed. Of course, we met on the road. We even drank together. Before we left, I gave him a lot of good stuff, and he insisted on sending soldiers from the Stardust unit to escort me back, but I refused. Quick Rope widened his eyes and turned his head to give Thales a surprised look that said, What the hell? The guard nodded with a straight face. He then turned around and whispered into the ear of an officer with a higher ranking. I have a bad feeling about this, Old Hammer whispered. Louisa frowned a little. Why? Old Hammer shook his head and pointed at the soldiers who were guarding in front of the barricades with hostile expressions. Because I think I recognize them. They are not. Before he could finish his words, he saw the officer nod. The officer strode forward and sternly gave an order to the Constellatiate soldiers present. Take them down. Tormorden's face turned pale in an instant. The officer pressed his hand against the weapon at his waist coldly. Disobeying orders, going out without permission, and even bribing the army. You are really audacious. The mercenaries looked at each other in shock. Tormorden waved his hand anxiously as he stared at the dozen soldiers who pressed their hands against their weapons and surrounded him. But Captain Duro said, I don't care what that freak said. The officer said sternly. He pointed at the Constellation flag above his head. This is Constellation's land, and we are a sacred army. No one can bend the law for personal gain in the face of the law. Tormorden seemed to have turned into a helpless kitten in an instant. He was at a loss and full of grievances. But, Duro, aren't you together? The officer frowned. Who the hell told you that we are together with those freaks? He took off the shield behind him and knocked hard on the picture on it. Thales narrowed his eyes and was surprised to see that there was a huge and terrifying skull on the shield. It had 4 black eye sockets. This isn't that. Do you see it clearly? This is the 4-eyed skull. The officer said proudly and contentedly. We came from the ruins, and we are soldiers from the Fakenhas family. We are not the same as those bastards from Williams. Tormorden was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the unfamiliar skull and muttered, That's right. The 4-eyed skull. Dean sighed quietly. Thales thought more about it. The people guarding Bladefang's camp are the direct recruits of the Fakenhas family. That means that their commander is at least. You have 2 choices, the officer said arrogantly. Pay the fine or I will send you to the prison of bones. As the merchants wailed in fear, the soldiers of Constellation closed in on them. The mercenaries gritted their teeth, while Thales clenched his fists. He wondered which of the soldiers was the highest commander. At this moment, Colin. Old Hammer's voice rose. Small-Nose Colin. The righteous and stern officer was momentarily stunned. Who? The officer with the small nose looked around in puzzlement. Who's talking? It's me. Old Hammer sighed and walked out of the crowd. I served under Lord Mon together with you. And we were even ambushed when we were squatting in the pits together. He did not need to continue speaking. Hammer. Small-Nose Colin widened his eyes. Old Hammer smiled awkwardly. The mercenaries looked at each other and sighed in relief again. A few minutes later, the merchants entered Blade Fang's camp dejectedly under the escort of the soldiers. Their camels were led away by the soldiers from Fakenhas family as a fine. Dante's greatsword stood on the other side and quietly waited for the result of Old Hammer's negotiation. Oh my sunset. Colin smiled as he watched the 10 camels being led away. He patted Old Hammer's shoulder and spoke in the Western Desert accent that he was used to. Hammer, how did you become a seller of swords? Old Hammer sighed. It's a long story. Have there been any major operations recently? Why were the soldiers from the ruins and Wing Fort recruited at the same time? And they even entered the desert with the regular army. Thales's interest was piqued by these words. He listened attentively with his hell senses. Colin rubbed his hands. It's also a long story. In short, it's not just them. Over the past 2 months, Blade Fang's camp has been filled with recruits from all over the Western Desert. Brave Souls Fort, Wing Fort, Lycanon, and even New Offering Land. Many of them are nobles or noble soldiers who can bring their own horses. Even the Skull Guards and Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers are taking turns to enter the desert. Old Hammer frowned. What happened? I saw them chasing after orcs in the desert. Colin shook his head. I'm not sure, but I guess the Baronbone people or Grey mixed breeds are moving east again, because those who enter are basically cavaliers, and we who have 2 legs. Are they collecting tolls here? Old Hammer stared at the 10 camels and Tormerdin, who was about to cry. Colin spread his hands and did not answer. Old Hammer sighed in resignation. But these 10 camels are all these people have. Don't, Hammer, don't plead for them. You pity them, but who will pity us? The regular army is paid by the king, but what about our rewards? We can't even buy a ball of yarn. Colin sniffed in dissatisfaction. You know, it's already September. My family's mill is going to start work soon. My term of service has long passed, but I don't know how long it will be before my brothers and I can go back. One of my brothers in the same team is about to give birth at home. But you're too greedy. The merchants will protest. Will the nobles in the camp have any objections? Colin scowled. He was clearly not in a good mood. Listen, Hammer, you haven't been in the army for a long time. It's different from the Desert War. Blade Fang's camp is no longer managed by the Fakenhas family. The small-nosed officer waved his hand. Now this is the territory of the regular army of the royal family. Usually the profits belong to those brats under Williams. There aren't many places where we can take advantage of them. If it weren't for the regular army going on an expedition and not having enough manpower, do you think we would be able to stand here? So, who cares if they protest or not? We'll just take whatever we can. After all, if anything happens, it'll be William's problem. Thales listened to these words and fell into deep thought. Listen. Colin put his arm around Old Hammer's shoulder. For the sake of the past, I won't make things difficult for you. I won't take the mercenary tax either. But when you go back, remember to send a message to my father. Tell him to keep an eye on my wife. Don't let that cripple from the village in front of the house do anything to her. Finally, with Old Hammer's comradeship, Dante's greatswords entered the city, or rather, the oasis camp that occupied a large area in the desert. When they passed through the boundary formed by low walls and barricades, they were greeted by a crowd. It was a crowd that Thales had not seen for a long time. They rubbed shoulders against each other, and there were shadows everywhere. You're new, right? Go and extort money from others. We're not white pigs. Dean coldly pushed away a man who looked drunk. When the man fell limp, he kicked him in the stomach. Dante's greatswords, have you heard of them? Thales watched as the man got up from the ground and walked into another alley while cursing. There, a group of fierce men looked at them with malicious intent. I thought you died outside. One of the men rubbed his fists and laughed. Baldy and my beautiful but thorny little flower, Louisa. When are you coming to sleep in my bed? I guarantee it'll be more comfortable than Big Dean's bed. F***ck yourself. Louisa expressionlessly gave him the middle finger and continued walking forward. The man laughed loudly. I'll give you a piece of news for free, Baldy. He picked his nose. It's very chaotic here recently. Don't provoke, big soldier. Maybe they're some noble's personal guards. The bald mercenary frowned when he heard that. Dean turned his head around and said to Thales, follow closely, don't get lost. You don't want to be alone in Bladefang's camp. These people are scarier than orcs. Quick Rope nodded fiercely behind him. Walking on the streets between the fortresses, Thales looked around in surprise and anxiety. He quickly understood the characteristics of Bladefang's camp. The architectural style here was not even as orderly as that of a normal Constellation village, but it was as chaotic as Dragon Cloud City's Shield District and Eternal Star City's Lower City District. There were people coming and going between the yellow sand and gravel. Because the roads between the fortresses were uneven and varied in width, it made the place look even more chaotic and disorderly. The style of the people on the streets was completely different from the Northlanders and the Constellations Thales had seen before. They were light and shaded, and many of them had their heads covered. And if one added sound to this picture, Dragon Kiss Land Velvet, which even the king can't enjoy. Only 2 silver coins per bundle. Do you want to know the story of your life? An authentic descendant of the Baron Bone tribe, the beloved of the desert god. Your fate will be divined for 6 copper coins each time. Hey handsome boy, don't you feel lonely sleeping alone at night? Do you want to see my face? Why don't you look at my legs? Yes, I'm a man. Hey, that's not right. If you don't believe me, come and touch me. Which part of my body is worse than a woman's? Hey, you've already touched me, and you want to leave? Come, look at my pecs and fists. Look at the brothers behind me. Say it again. Are you going to pay up? 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 Do you really want to kill someone? Do you really hate someone? Do you really want to sleep with someone's wife? I, Mailer, the experienced mercenary who has seen countless bloodshed, will help you kill someone for 10 gold coins. He guaranteed that he wouldn't make a move in the city. His methods were clean, and he would dispose of the corpses neatly. You can pay the deposit now, and the rest will be paid after the mission is completed. What? You're saying that I stole your wallet? Damn it, do I look like someone who would steal from you? Look again. Is this your wallet? That's right, it is. I've never stolen. This is daylight robbery. F***CKU. Believers. Lambs. The calamity is coming again, and Dark Knight will return. Only believers will live. Go to the Dark Knight Temple now and watch the latest drama. The story between the Dark Knight God and the King of Renaissance's Queen must be told. There's a chance to get an unexpected reward, right? You're not allowed to act this? Hey, you heard wrong. I'm talking about the latest drama. The story between the Dark Knight God and the King of a Nation's Queen must be told. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, sob sob. You can't interfere with the freedom of art. Dark Knight will return to save us. Put away your weapons. Put away your weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, axes, bows, shields, spears, and hammers. I don't care if it's second-hand or newly made. I don't care if it's for military use or for personal use. What if the camp is sealed? Merchant Billy will help you. Go around the desert from the east and avoid the patrols. It's absolutely safe. Comfortable camel caravan. Go straight to Sarah Dukedom. 1 gold coin per person. Merchants peddling their wares along the streets. Mercenaries carrying swords. Adventurers in a hurry. Prostitutes who practically exposed all their body parts. And of course, there were also groups of soldiers. The entire journey was bustling with activity, and it was very lively. Dante's greatswords habitually squeezed through this strange and varied crowd. From time to time, they would use fierce gazes and rude actions to scare away a lot of people who were eager to cause trouble. According to Mickey, it was Thales' white pig appearance that attracted a lot of attention. If they were not fully armed, there would have been more trouble. They finally turned around a fortress with a window and arrived at an empty space that was not as narrow and blocked off. Dean stopped and said solemnly, "I have to go to the garrison house and look for Frank. He needs to know about this." "I'll go with you." Louise's expression was gloomy. "After all, I'm the captain." Dean nodded. Mickey glanced at Dean, then at Louisa. He sighed and said, "Then, I'll go get rid of the extra equipment. Then let's go to my home and meet up with Simon and the others," Old Hammer continued. "We can also help Wyatt ask about his family's whereabouts." Thales was taken aback, but before he could say anything, the mercenaries dispersed in a show of tacit understanding. He was dragged by quick rope and followed behind Old Hammer. They turned into another secluded road. "Let me tell you," Quick Rope sighed and said, "you don't know how scary this place is. The first time I came here, I met a beautiful lady, and in the end, life is unpredictable. Wyatt, you have to cherish your life. For example." Thales smiled in an unpleasant manner and looked at Old Hammer for help. When Old Hammer heard this, he smiled. Without hesitation, he interrupted Quick Rope, who was about to start his business. "It is said that in the beginning, there were only sand dunes in Bladefang's dune. There was no camp until a long time ago, when a merchant group spontaneously built a fortress here to rest. As the number of people entering and exiting the desert increased, the number of fortresses increased one by one. When it was as big as a small town, a king of Constellation or a duke of Western Desert conquered it. Obviously, the location of this place is too important. Bladefang's camp might have been given to many families, but most of them perished because of the war and the invasion of the desert. After the Bloody Year, this place became Baron Williams's fief, but he was not a vassal of the Fakenhas family, but a direct vassal of the king. I used to wonder if he could get enough taxes from this fief, which doesn't even have arable land. But obviously now." Old Hammer looked at the strange people on the street and shrugged. Thales nodded. "Bladefang's camp is a famous chaotic place. There are plenty of opportunities, but there are even more dangers." Old Hammer sighed. With nostalgia and sentimentality, he said to Thales, "Many criminals in the kingdom were sentenced to be exiled here. Some went to the prison of bones, some joined the suicide squad, and those who survived became the citizens of this city. I don't know whether I should call it the city's residents. There are also the farmers, craftsmen, and soldiers who have nowhere to go, who can't make a living in the area. During the war, this place was even more exaggerated." Thales walked up a slope, and the noise around him suddenly became much quieter. Then behind a round barricade he saw a very high tower. It was 20 to 30 meters tall, slender, and towering. It seemed to be standing in the middle of the empty space between the many fortresses, but it was far away from the other buildings, making it seem especially isolated. Thales could not help but notice that there were very few people around the tower. The people who were originally shouting all sorts of things became strangely silent when they walked past it. They turned their heads to look in other directions before they left quickly. It was as if they were afraid of something. Thales narrowed his eyes. He saw that the highest window at the top of the tower was sealed shut with wooden strips. A tall building with few people. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. That tower is really tall. Is there someone important living there? The teenager asked curiously. Old Hammer followed his gaze and looked. His expression immediately darkened. "No. The nobles never live there. I guess Baron Williams isn't there either. That tower is called Ghost Prince. It's been so many years, no one would dare to live there." Thales furrowed his eyebrows. "What prince?" I know. Quick Rope was beaming with joy. "It's a legend in Bladefang's camp. There's something ominous in that tower." "Shoo!" But Old Hammer cut him off sternly. 18 years ago, during the Bloody Year, the Baron Bone tribe and the orcs once attacked Bladefang's camp. At that time, I was serving here." The veteran's expression was tense as he pointed at the tower. "Before the camp fell, a noble prince, the king's son, a real member of the royal family. He wasn't some prince from a fairy tale who came to the west and served as a garrison in Bladefang's camp. He lived there, in the tallest tower in Bladefang's camp." Thales' heart tensed. He stared at the lonely tower, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. On a dark night, the prince came from the tallest window. Someone pushed him down. Thales was stunned. He stared at the window that was sealed shut with wooden strips at the furthest point of his field of vision. His gaze slowly moved from there to the empty space at the bottom. A chill immediately surged in his heart. I heard the rest of the story from others after I retired. Old Hammer exhaled slowly. It was said that King Kessel caught the murderer after the war. As punishment, he locked the murderer and his accomplice in the tallest room. Then he lit a fire from the first floor and burned upwards. Quick Rope exhaled and pursed his lips. Quite a number of people could not stand the fire, and jumped down from the window to pay for the prince's death. Whether they were burned to death or fell to their deaths, the screams and wails of the prisoners disappeared within the first hour. Old Hammer's voice became cold and mournful, but the fire burned for an entire day. The strange thing was that the tower still stood tall, and the most mysterious thing was that after the fire was extinguished, there was not a single burn mark on the outer wall or the interior. Quick Rope pursed his lips and nodded as Old Hammer explained. His gaze was solemn. Thales fixed his gaze on the tower. When he saw that it was undamaged, he felt his skin crawl. From then on, all sorts of strange things happened there, from singing in the middle of the night to ghostly figures at the window, to faint screams and wails, and even the sound of fire burning. Even in broad daylight, the Baron had to seal the window. Some of the nobles who were stationed here did not believe in evil, and wanted to live there, but Old Hammer shook his head quietly. All the people who lived there died in the great desert and never came back. They did not even manage to take their belongings with them. So everyone said that the tower was cursed by the prince's death. Old Hammer tugged at Thales, who had unknowingly approached the tower. His expression was unpleasant. From then on, the locals called it the Ghost Prince. Quick Rope shook his head and clicked his tongue. Thales stared at the gloomy, deserted, and desolate tower in a daze. Ghost Prince, who? The teenager asked in a daze. The one who died there. Which prince? Old Hammer shook his head. I forgot. The veteran's expression was tense. I only saw him from a distance when he entered the camp. That prince was very handsome. He was even prettier than a girl. Very handsome. Thales gulped. A name from a long time ago rose in his mind. The Ghost Prince. But what's the use of being handsome? Old Hammer snorted softly. He stared at the empty space under the Ghost Prince, and his gaze was unfocused. That night, I was one of the first patrols to arrive, and I remember very clearly that beautiful prince. He sighed slowly. He landed face first. Chapter 387. With complicated feelings, Thales left the ominous Ghost Prince Tower. The chaos and noise in Bladefang's camp suddenly returned to his ears. I'm guessing that the sudden lockdown caught quite a number of people off guard and the soldiers. Old Hammer exhaled. The entire camp is more chaotic than usual. Of course, it's not usually peaceful either. Thales shuttled behind Old Hammer and Quick Rope. He laboriously squeezed past 3 men who were arguing with each other in different accents, sent away a blacksmith who was trying to sell him a rusty combat sword, politely avoided a woman with heavy makeup who wanted to lift her skirt at his thighs, and cleverly avoided a group of ruffians who were hiding in a corner and observing in the dark. When they saw a newcomer approach, they would approach him in a drunken manner. But when he saw a timid child beggar extend his hand to him, and sigh as he tried to take out a few Northland copper coins, Old Hammer stopped him. Don't. If you show your sympathy now, there will be 7 or 8 people who will target you later. Bladefang's camp is no longer what it used to be. Old Hammer stuffed Thales' money bag back into his luggage and looked around warily. At the same time, he patted the weapon on his body. A few years ago, after Blood Bottle Gang withdrew their forces on a large scale and left Bladefang's camp as it pleased, the people in the gang no longer follow the rules. They have no bottom line in their actions. They will strip you naked and sell you off, and you won't even know who will be responsible. Quick Rope's face paled. He seemed to have remembered something and mumbled a few words softly. Old Hammer's words caused Thales to be slightly stunned. Blood Bottle Gang? Old Hammer nodded. When I was still in the army, This group of ruffians who called themselves Blood Bottle Gang controlled the underground here. They were very powerful. They colluded with the local nobles, and were brothers with the higher-ups in the army. 1/3 of the people who lived in Blade Fang's camp were under their protection, be it smuggling goods, black market transactions, street security, or prostitution. Many people who left the army and had no place to stay would go to Blood Bottle Gang to make ends meet. But 2 or 3 years ago, when we returned to Blade Fang's camp, Blood Bottle Gang's power was not as great as before. At least, they restrained themselves a lot. Old Hammer snorted softly. I heard that they were taught a lesson by an opponent who was fiercer than them in the mainland. They suffered great losses, and even their prestige here was affected. Thales was deep in thought. Accents from all over the continent mingled together, and even unfamiliar languages from afar would occasionally appear. All sorts of businesses and transactions came and went, and the currencies of many countries were used in a mixed manner, causing Thales to once again have a new impression of this desert frontline. The three of them walked through the dusty streets. After passing by a fortress, a building with a strange style appeared in front of them. From a distance, it looked like a huge bowl that was flipped upside down, but it took up a lot of space. It was comparable to Sunset Temple in Eternal Star City. It was like a giant had casually built a huge sandstone building block in the desert. This semicircular building did not seem to have many connections to the outside world. The mottled and rough curved walls were covered with tiny holes that could only be seen clearly with a squint, allowing the sunlight to penetrate and the sand to invade. From what Thales could see, there was only one narrow arched door on the wide outer wall, and it was guarded by a team of fully armed soldiers. The inside of the arched door was dark and indistinct, and he could not see clearly. It gave off a dark and ominous feeling. Thales was puzzled. Was this a bunker, or at least a military structure? Or was it the commander's residence? Then perhaps he could see it here. Oh, do we really have to take this path? Quick Rope's dejected voice rose. He covered his head and did not look at the building. Don't complain. Old Hammer did not even turn his head around. This is the fastest path. What do you mean? Thales pointed at the semicircular bunker that looked like a coliseum in puzzlement. That's... Quick Rope let out a strange sigh. The prison of bones. The place you don't want to go the most in the world. As he stared at the group of guards, Thales froze. The prison of bones? Old Hammer nodded. The place where the felons of the entire western desert, and even the kingdom, are exiled. Thales seemed to have understood something. He knew this place. When Constellation was first established, the unfamiliar wasteland that bordered Ekstead in the north, the great desert in the middle, and the small countries in the south was a veritable nightmare. As a newly conquered border of Constellation, most of its territory was uninhabited, and the borders were filled with dangers. It was attacked by sandstorms all year round, and the terrain was not suitable for living. Aside from the fact that the Fakenhas family was conferred titles due to meritorious deeds, there were many historians who believed that the Fakenhas family was sealed in Western Desert as a form of punishment in disguise. In truth, it was a reflection of their terrible relationship with Tormund I. Only the noble suzerains who were exiled to this place due to their crimes would unwillingly settle down there. Year after year, day after day, Western Desert Hill became what it was today. During this period of time, the cruel prison of bones added color to Western Desert Hill's arduous journey and fierce reputation. No one knew when it started, but when the usual sentences were no longer suitable for the criminals who had committed heinous crimes or were highly controversial, they would usually be exiled to Western Desert, to Bladefang's camp, and imprisoned in the infamous prison of bones. They would serve their sentences in a new way to atone for their crimes. This would not only save the judge and the local prison trouble, but also provide free labor to the difficult Western Desert and even Bladefang's camp, relieving the heavy pressure on the Western front lines. Do you see the parts on the ground? Those small windows? That's the White Prison in the Prison of Bones. Old Hammer cast a sideways glance at the ominous building to avoid the guard's scrutinizing gaze. The people imprisoned there are those who have been convicted locally, and their crimes are light. At least they can see the sun, and they only need to do hard labor to atone for their crimes. Quick Rope did not interrupt, which was rare. He only stared at the oppressive prison of bones in disgust. But the white prison is only a small part of the prison of bones. Most of it is the black prison built underground. There are countless deep caves that never see the light of day, and they are specially prepared for the serious criminals who are exiled from various parts of the kingdom. The more serious their crimes are, the deeper they are imprisoned. As the black prison progresses downwards, the number of criminals will decrease, and it will become more dangerous. Once they enter black prison, there is no other way for them to leave other than joining the suicide squad, charging at the front lines with their lives on the battlefield, or acting as bait. Thales stared at the foundation outside the prison of bones, and imagined the scene below. Old Hammer sighed softly. Of course, it's not easy to find a suicide squad. The slots are also very tight. After the Desert War ended, there are not many places that need suicide squads. Once they lose this chance, the remaining people in black prison can only wait to die of old age, leaving behind white bones for the unlucky ones to step on. That's how the prison of bones got its name. Let's go. Quick Rope frowned unnaturally. He looked a little uneasy. This place makes me nervous. Old Hammer patted his shoulder. When Quick Rope first came here, he was once tricked and sent to white prison. I guess he had a deep impression of it. Thales looked at Quick Rope in surprise. But Quick Rope only pursed his lips and did not answer. Thales wisely stopped asking questions. He averted his gaze from the mysterious and deep prison of bones. They left the area of the prison of bones, and went around the corner of a square fortress. So, where are we going? Old Hammer shrugged. My home. Thales could not help but be stunned. Your home? I thought you said that your home is in the ruins? Old Hammer chuckled and shook his head. Oh, I'm not talking about my home, but anyway, you'll know when we get there. Quick Rope winked slyly, making the confused Thales even more perplexed. But his puzzlement did not last long. After crossing another dusty street, they squeezed their way through the crowd, and arrived in front of a 3-story oval-shaped fortress. The front door was wide enough for a carriage to enter. It's here. Quick Rope patted Thales' shoulder. My home. Thales raised his head curiously, and noticed that there was a huge wooden sign hanging in front of the fortress. There was a vivid picture of a wine glass carved on the sign. Wine was spilling out of the glass, and it swayed slightly with the wind in the desert. The moment he saw the sign clearly, the prince's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. There were 2 big words carved in the center of the wine glass. My home. There was a row of small words carved under the sign. Humans will die, orcs will fall, the queen will pass away, but we will never close our doors. It began in year 38 of the calendar of eradication, Queen Erica's last wine glass. Thales did not know whether he should laugh or cry as he followed Old Hammer through the door. What greeted his eyes were more than 10 wooden round tables that were placed haphazardly. The place was filled with the sand and dust unique to the desert. All sorts of customers and tavern ladies came and went, toasting each other, and making a lot of noise. From toasting songs to the sounds of dice games, to quarrels and angry shouts, almost all the sounds came at the same time, and it was very lively. Old Hammer ignored Thales' surprised gaze. He pushed aside 2 drunk men who were about to fall under the table in a familiar manner, and stuffed a copper coin into the chest of a waitress who blocked his way. Under her aggrieved gaze, he resolutely pulled his hand out, and went straight to the bar counter. I've always wanted to do this, Quick Rope whispered to Thales and cast a glance at the hot waitress. But Louisa and the others said that I didn't have enough strength to pull my hand back. Maybe they have a point. Thales thought in his heart as he watched Quick Rope follow Old Hammer's gaze. Simon. Old Hammer sat at the bar counter, and said to a gray-haired middle-aged man who was drinking by himself beside him, We're back. The middle-aged man turned his head around, and revealed a face that had been through the vicissitudes of life. Someone said that a merchant group entered the camp despite the blockade order. Simon cast a faint glance at Quick Rope and Thales, who also sat down. I was worried that it was you. Old Hammer shrugged. Obviously, your worries have come true. How many? Simon said softly. I mean, how many people did they lose? Thales noticed that he was already quite old. This topic caused Old Hammer and Quick Rope to tremble at the same time. How did you? I've been in this line of work for 20 years, Hammer. Before that, I was a soldier for 10 years. Simon exhaled deeply and swirled the wine glass in his hand. I know how people look when they lose their comrades. His words seemed to have a magical power that isolated them from all the noise in the tavern beyond this corner. Old Hammer and Quick Rope were silent for a long time. Affected by them, Thales remembered his experience in the desert, and the ending of the greatswords he had spent a short time with. He felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. The gray-haired Simon did not continue. He heaved a heavy sigh and turned to the bar counter. Tampa, give this man a strong drink. A fierce-looking man with a knife mark on his neck responded, and walked out from behind the bar counter. He grabbed 3 bottles of wine casually, and with a technique that Thales could not see clearly, he gathered a glass of wine in the blink of an eye and pushed it over. During the process, he automatically ignored Quick Rope's slightly expectant gaze, and even glanced at Thales coldly. Simon pushed the wine glass towards Old Hammer. How many? Old Hammer gulped down a mouthful of wine, and shook his head as he hissed. He slammed the wine glass on the table, and exhaled indignantly. Quick Rope answered gloomily by the side, 6. Simon sneered. Who else survived? Old Hammer's expression became gloomy. Louisa, Mickey, and Dean. Simon did not speak. His gaze was fixed on the wine glass. By the way, this is Waya. As if to liven up the atmosphere, Quick Rope coughed. The lad we saved on the way back. Truth be told, he helped us a lot. Waya, this is Simon, one of the people who stayed behind in our group. Thales, who was sizing up the magical tavern, took a deep breath and tried his best to force a smile. But Simon clearly had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with him. We lose one, we replace another, one dies in battle and a new one comes. It's always like this. The person who stayed behind in the mercenary group stared at the almost empty wine glass and mumbled. The fate of mercenaries, is it? Old Hammer shook his head. He was not in a good mood. No, Simon, Wyatt isn't. But Simon did not let him continue. Come on, boy, it's time for an internal meeting. The person who stayed behind waved his hand, and put away the fleeting sadness in his eyes. He held Old Hammer in his arms. Tell me the details and wait for Dean to come back. I think Dante's greatsword will soon welcome a great change. They left the bar counter. Quick Rope's gaze moved. Me too. You stay here, Quick Rope. Old Hammer turned around and pointed. Take care of Waya, it's his first time here. But Quick Rope spread his hands with an aggrieved expression. Thales, who was feeling awkward, smiled in return. As he watched Old Hammer and Simon walk up the stone stairs, Quick Rope arched his shoulders and retracted his hand, which was halfway through his outstretched arm. He sat back in his seat in disappointment and said in a low voice, All right. Thales could not think of anything to comfort this newbie who had not been accepted by the core of the group. He could only sit uncomfortably on the spot and think about his next step in silence. 6. A hoarse voice came from the noisy tavern. Thales and Quick Rope looked up and saw the fierce-looking tavern owner wiping his wine glass. At some point in time, he had arrived in front of them. His skin was dark, and it was obvious that he was a local who grew up under the scorching sun and sandstorms. You know, after the lockdown order was implemented, the number of soldiers who surged in was beyond imagination. At that time, I thought that maybe someone was going to learn a lesson. Quick Rope curled his lips. Don't Tampa. Not now. Thales frowned a little. He had a vague impression of this name. The tavern owner named Tampa snorted softly, but he did not shut up. You have 10 experienced, fully armed professional assassins, and a newbie who looks like he can at least make up the numbers to intimidate others. Tampa ignored Quick Rope's protest, and the speed at which he wiped the wine glasses became faster. Those who can survive in the desert are very smart. As long as Tormorden is willing to pay some toll fees, the desert bandits and exiles won't pay such a high price to eat you. Quick Rope exhaled in pain and laid his face down on the bar counter, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. We met the gray bastards, Tampa. Many gray bastards. Tampa's hand stopped wiping his wine glass. A few seconds later, just when Thales thought he was going to say something, Tampa suddenly bent down. When he stood up again, there was a wine glass in front of Quick Rope. Drink it. It's the best Northland rye from the north. Tampa raised a bottle of wine and filled Quick Rope's glass with an expressionless face. Trust me, this is the only way. It's very effective. Quick Rope stared at the wine in front of him in surprise. But just a second later, the slightly dejected Quick Rope grabbed the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Just when Thales wanted to find an excuse to slip away, the tavern owner suddenly gestured at him with his chin. So Quick Rope, who is this pretty new girl? Your girlfriend? Asterisk thud. Star. Chapter 388. Thales frowned. His expression was unpleasant. Girl. Oh, I'm really sorry. Tampa sized him up and shrugged. He had a look of realization on his face. You look so delicate. You've been sitting upright with your legs closed. If you didn't open your mouth, I would have really thought that you were a girl. With complicated emotions, Thales smiled laboriously. He's a newcomer. Quick Rope coughed until his face was red. He only managed to catch his breath. We just saved him from the desert. Please be gentle with him. Tampa stared at Thales, making the latter feel rather uneasy. A few seconds later, Tampa's eyebrows relaxed. He bent down again. Come. Since you're Quick Rope's girl. Since you were introduced by him. As Tampa stood up, a glass of foamy beer was thrown in front of Thales. The tavern owner's voice was bold and happy. First glass, authentic Western Desert Old beer, free of charge. Thales, who had been mistaken for a girl just a moment ago, was instantly flattered. Thank you. Quick Rope's reputation is so useful. The prince politely pulled the glass over. As he watched Quick Rope's satisfied smile, he wondered what kind of beer it was. I knew it. So many people suddenly came to Blade Fang's camp that nothing good would happen. Tampa leaned against the bar counter and poured a second glass of beer for Quick Rope. Gray mixed breed, is it? So this is another desert war? Quick Rope's face fell. No. Dean said it wasn't. With a stiff expression, he gulped down the second glass of beer. This time, Quick Rope did not cough. Is it? Tampa filled his glass thoughtfully. But at the very least, the good news is that no one in your team has deposited money with me, so I don't have to return it. Quick Rope raised his glass halfway and stopped in the air. The young mercenary trembled slightly. Actually, Tampa. Quick Rope took the glass from his lips and gulped laboriously. Yes. Tampa frowned. Yes. Quick Rope shuddered violently, as if he had been pricked by a needle. Can't. Remember the Northland greatsword? He sprang up from his seat and fumbled in his pocket for a shabby little book. He saved it. He promised to deposit the money with you. This is what he left behind, his account book. He hid the money in the flower pot in the room. Under Thales and Tampa's gazes, Quick Rope's tone sounded a little rushed, and there was a slight tremble in his voice. He has 21 Mindies, 18 Midier, 13 Northland Solons, 10 Con, 9 Enlenzos Kellers, for Camion Southeastern Universal coupons of unknown denominations, 7 Lever Independent coins, 5 Steel Cities Hammer coins, as well as countless annoying small squares from the 3 kingdoms of the Lost Sea and Tuthabisos. Quick Rope flipped to the last page in a flurry and read the messy words on the paper. Just that morning, before he died. Quick Rope's voice became softer. He stared at the small ledger in a daze. Thales also stared at him in a daze. He remembered the Northlander who carried a greatsword. However, no Quick Rope. I don't remember him coming. Tampa frowned as he stared at the crumpled, small ledger that was no better than trash. And I don't have his signature in my records. Quick Rope's face turned pale. Tampa. He gritted his teeth, as if he knew that his words were not very convincing, but he still tried his best to defend himself. He flipped to the page again and showed it to Tampa. He did deposit the money with me. I can go and get you the money. Look, it's written here, 21 Mindies. Stop, I don't want to be annoyed to death by your Camion accent, Tampa said coldly. Or die of stupidity, because of your mathematical skills. So strictly speaking. Quick Rope acted as if he did not hear what he said and shook his head vigorously. He saved it, Tampa can't saved it. Tampa stared at him coldly. And Kant didn't come back. Quick Rope's expression darkened, and even his voice became much deeper. So according to the rules he should have gotten his share. Impossible. The tavern owner shook his head rudely. The money is with you, not with me. Look at my ledger. There's no record of him in it. This doesn't count. Thales watched the argument quietly. This counts. Quick Rope said anxiously. It's just, I didn't have time to give it to you. He was very unwilling at first, but he still decided after hesitating. He's with me. I plan to come back. Tampa, please. Rules are rules. Tampa shook his head coldly. No. I promised him. Quick Rope's argument was bordering on despair. He swung the small notebook powerlessly. I promised. Then perhaps. Tampa interrupted him roughly. You should be the one to pay for the money. Remember, 10 times. He said fiercely, then turned around and left. Quick Rope stared blankly at the tavern owner's back as he left. The small notebook in his hand fell limply. Thales sighed and patted Quick Rope's shoulder. Quick Rope. The noise in the tavern seemed to have returned to this small corner. Quick Rope sat down quietly and put Kant's small notebook back into his waist pocket. The young mercenary stared at his wine glass. A few seconds later, he suddenly smiled. You know why? Kant was the first. Quick Rope's shoulders trembled. He raised his wine glass and drained it in one gulp. I persuaded him to save money. He was my first successful business. Thales moved slightly. Kant came from Northland and settled down in Constellation. He has 2 children, a boy and a girl. He also has a wife who is sick all year round. Quick Rope put down his wine glass, and his face was expressionless. They live in the ruins. Old Hammer brought him here. I'm thinking, how will old Hammer tell his wife and children? Quick Rope leaned forward, picked up the bottle from the bar, and poured himself another glass. You know, he gave me the address where he saved his money, and left me the ledger. Quick Rope gritted his teeth. But Quick Rope, Thales sighed softly. He's already gone. It's not your fault, and you can't do anything. Quick Rope's shoulders trembled violently. I can't do anything, he continued to pour wine, and he smiled while he was doing so. You know, a long, long time ago, so long that it felt like a lifetime ago, there was a ship. Quick Rope stared at the wine bottle absent-mindedly. His smile froze. There was a young sailor on the ship who was determined to go out to sea since he was young. He looked forward to sailing to the end of the world one day. On his first voyage, he went to the most legendary place in the Sea of Eradication. The Eye of the Sea of Eradication. Thales frowned. That damned place. It's a cursed place that even the Maiden of the Ocean Shepherd did not protect. The compass failed. The sails were torn. Pirates followed. Fog was everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky. The seabirds were nowhere to be seen. In the endless darkness and the endless drifting, even the eternal stars in the sky changed their appearance. Huge waves, whirlpools, and submerged reefs were endless. Under the terrifying sea, there was even. Quick Rope's voice became desolate and hoarse. The captain, the first mate, the second mate, the observer, the sails operator, the helmsman, the chief combatant, the boatswain, and the kind Uncle Bill. Almost everyone died. All of them. He shuddered and continued to pour wine. Thales resisted the desire to raise his head to look at him. He only extended his hand, and lifted the spout of the wine bottle from the already overflowing cup. Quick Rope paused for a long time, and let Thales take his wine bottle. As the only person left on that ship, the young sailor held on to the last wooden plank. He floated and sank in a daze. He listened to the never-ending sound of the waves, and watched the alternation of day and night around him. He was thirsty, hungry, cold, and afraid. He did not know where he would float to and what his fate would be. Around him were the swollen and pale corpses of his companions, and the bone-chilling seawater. He was the same, he couldn't do anything. Thales could not stand it anymore. He pressed down on Quick Rope's wine cup. Quick Rope. Quick Rope's voice trembled, but he stubbornly took his wine cup. That young sailor survived, but he could no longer go to sea. Because no matter when and where he was, as long as he closed his eyes, he could see the broken wooden planks and the corpses of his companions. When he pressed down on his ears, he could hear the raging waves and the roar of the storm. When he twitched his nose, he could smell the saltiness of the seawater and the smell of blood. Quickrope trembled as he picked up the wine cup and drank the alcohol in tears in one gulp. From then on, he was afraid of ships, the sea, the lake, and even all the places in the world with water. So he came to the great desert. The place with the least amount of water in the world. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Quickrope slammed the cup on the bar counter. Damn it! He wiped his face in pain and turned his head so that Thales could not see it. When a person dies, nothing will be left behind, Waya. Not even a trace. Quickrope's voice grew hoarser. You disappear from this world. You will no longer have thoughts, feelings, or consciousness. Nothing will be left behind. Nothing will be meaningful, and you won't know anything anymore. His shoulders trembled. Kant, Pauka, Haken, Breeze. They won't know anything anymore. Thales listened quietly. Then what's the meaning of our lives? Quickrope said hoarsely. To suffer and wait for fate to smack us to death and then disappear without a trace, as if we had never come to this world. Thales bit his lip, but he did not know how to answer. Quickrope stretched out his hand, but he grabbed empty air where the wine bottle should have been. At this moment, asterisk bang. Asterisk a thick black leather book was smashed on the bar counter. Thales and Quickrope looked up in confusion. The fierce-looking tavern owner, Tampa, stood in front of them. He held the wine bottle in one hand and pressed the black leather book with the other. He said coldly to Quickrope, "Look at what kind of customer you found for me. I want those who are strong and powerful, but are often in unstable situations. They seem to have a lot of accidents, but in fact they can all return safely." Quickrope was slightly stunned. His unfocused gaze did not focus for a long time. "That's how I can make money, understand? And the first customer you found is one that loses money. I really regret taking you in as my subordinate. I really thought that Dante's greatsword would be a good market, but in the end, all of them died so quickly." Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He felt uncomfortable with Tampa's words. When he heard the familiar name, Quickrope gritted his teeth and retorted indignantly. We have strong muscles like Kant and Haken, great guides like Mickey, sharpshooters and sentinels like Pauka and Gentle Breeze, experienced Old Hammer, and the best female captain who's infatuated with girls." Quickrope held his empty wine cup in agony. "And the smartest, Dean. His tone became gloomy. "We are supposed to be the kind of people who seem to have a lot of accidents, but will definitely return safely." His voice became softer, and there was a faint, indistinct sound in his voice. "Should be." The tavern owner stared at Quickrope. A second later, he slapped a pen hard on the black book. Asterisk thud. Asterisk here put his name in the book that Kant. Tampa looked at Quickrope fiercely. "This is the rule. I will not allow even one account to be unclear." At that moment, the noise around them seemed to have been cut off again. Thales looked at Tampa in surprise. He understood what the other man meant. Quickrope was stunned. Some of his drunkenness seemed to have been dispelled. "Boss." Tampa gritted his teeth and pushed the black book forward angrily. "Then go and calculate how much he has saved. Use Constellation's currency. Please give me a round number, you bastard." Quickrope's breathing quickened. Thank you. Quickrope, who had figured it out, excitedly took out Kant's small book from his waist pocket. "Tampa, boss. I'll do it for Kant's wife and children." "Shut up." Tampa slapped the book impatiently, and the wine bottle paused on the bar counter. "Quick. Write his name. Damn it. You drank half a bottle of my good wine." Quickrope jumped up like a frightened rabbit. "Of course." He took the pen in a flurry. "So I'll write it down here? Heir Kant, does it start with K? Or some other letter? Who the hell knows?" Tampa crossed his arms and said in annoyance, "Anyway, it's another bad account. Try touching this bottle of wine again if you dare." Quickrope, who was about to drink another glass, was shocked. He looked at the book in worry, shook his head to shake off his drunkenness, and immediately turned to help. "Wyatt, do you know how to write?" Dean said that you're someone with status in Northland you might know. Thales raised his eyebrows and took the pen and the book. Give it to me, I'll try to spell it. Kant. Waya, who had found his savior, was filled with gratitude. He raised Kant's small book in his hand. I'll leave it to you, I have to. Quick Rope's smile had yet to fade. When he raised his head, he saw the tavern owner's wrinkled face. If you dare to count an extra copper, Quick Rope, even if it's the most worthless Northland con copper coin. Tampa leaned forward, bared his teeth, and flashed a ferocious smile. Fraud. Do you miss the prison of bones? Quick Rope shuddered, pulled up his pants, and turned around while stuttering. I have to find Enzo to count, to ask about the latest currency exchange rate. As he watched Quick Rope leave, Tampa spat on the ground fiercely. You only know how to cry at a bottle of wine. What a coward. Thales did not say anything. He only smiled, lowered his head, and began to write. Thales looked up in confusion. What? The tavern owner pressed down on the wine bottle, and said in a low voice without raising his head. Kant's name starts with K. When he first came to Bladefang's camp, I was the one who introduced him to Old Hammer. The tip of Thales' pen stopped moving. Write it better. Names are very important, especially in this book. Tampa rubbed the wine bottle in his hand calmly. His gaze did not move. Because even if you write it wrong, he won't know. The owner's words were slightly stiff. Thales lowered his head. He wrote Kant's name neatly on the latest page of the account book according to the format in front of him. After he finished writing, he even flipped a few pages forward to check the format to ensure that he did not make any mistakes. But his hand stopped on one of the pages. Thales narrowed his eyes. A second later, the prince looked up from the account book in surprise and shouted a name. Cohen Caribbean? Tampa was stunned. What's wrong? When he saw the familiar name, Thales was slightly excited. The name on the account book. I know this guy. So Cohen used to deposit money here. 4th of September, 2007, deposit amount. Tampa frowned. As he read the words on the account book, Thales widened his eyes. 250 Torman gold coins? 250 gold coins? After a while, Thales exhaled and looked in front of him in disbelief. Damn it! Rich bastard! A few seconds later, Tampa looked away from him with a strange gaze. In the tavern where people came and went, Tampa waved his hand and asked a waiter to greet a group of new customers. Tampa retrieved the account book and glanced at the name on it. Then he stared at Thales with a contemplative look. You know him? Of course. When he remembered his past in Heroic Spirit Palace and his current situation, Thales could not help but sigh. We can be considered friends. We used to stand together and fight side by side. Stand together and fight side by side. Tampa seemed to be shocked. He sized Thales up and asked suspiciously, You and Cohen? Thales was a little embarrassed. To be precise, I stood and fought. Tampa stared straight at Thales until he laughed and slapped Thales' shoulder hard. Very good. He's also my friend. Haha, Cohen, that skinny, sneaky, shrewd, snobbish bastard. Huh? Skinny, sneaky, shrewd, snobbish? Thales was stunned for a moment. What? But Tampa did not seem to have any intention of stopping. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The scar on his neck surged. He's the most cowardly when he fights, and he likes to lift up girls' skirts the most. The most cowardly. Lift up girls' skirts. Thales' expression became more and more strange. Maybe we're not talking about the same Cohen? Tampa's smile froze. But that's Cohen Caribbean. He has black hair and brown eyes, and he's like a skinny monkey. Doubt appeared on Tampa's face. Which Cohen are you talking about? Thales scratched his head and chuckled. Cohen. A young master who ran away from home. He's very tall, almost 6.5 feet, very strong, muscular, blonde hair and blue eyes. Thales tried to describe the tall man in his impression of him. He looked at the boss hopefully. He's good with a sword, agile, likes to bully people with his body when he fights, and when he talks he's a little. How should I put it? Thales thought for a long time before he raised his head and said awkwardly. Stupid and silly? When Tampa heard these descriptions, his face scrunched up again. He sounds like an annoying idiot. Thales sighed. All right. It looks like there's indeed a mistake. In fact, if you know him, it's hard to hate him. Thales shook his head and said, he's a little special. Tampa was deep in thought. The person we're talking about might not be the same Cohen. The tavern owner spread his hands. Oh. Thales grabbed his wine glass and smiled unnaturally. I see. I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. Just when Thales was about to take a sip of wine to ease the awkwardness. Thud. Thales looked at Tampa, who had his palm firmly pressed on his wine glass. What's wrong? The owner of my home shook his head expressionlessly. Trust me, you don't want to drink this wine. Under Thales' surprised and bewildered gaze, Tampa spilled the wine in his glass. I added some horse urine and a few mouthfuls of my old phlegm into it. Tampa nonchalantly threw the spiked wine glass to the side. Maybe there's also something that makes people sleepy. The taste is wonderful, and the content is profound. Thales was completely stunned. Horse urine, old phlegm. He stared at the owner, then at the glass on the ground. He remembered that the wine was full of bubbles earlier, and he almost drank it, enduring the discomfort in his abdomen. Thales raised his head angrily. What? Tampa grinned, but the fierce look on his face made his smile look ugly. Although you look like a white pig who has just arrived at Blade Fang's camp and doesn't know anything. The tavern owner shrugged. But I don't think you're that simple. So, I have to see your background. Then, I'll decide whether to extort money from you or strip you. Or, there have been a lot of nobles coming to the camp recently, and pretty boys are popular among them. Obviously, Quick Rope isn't a good bodyguard. Thales was first dumbfounded, then he looked at Tampa with righteous indignation. You. The tavern owner smiled and cast a sidelong glance at the prince. Some terrible places are used to giving newcomers a taste of their own medicine. It's a test and also a lesson. If you're a white pig, you'll be sold and counted. Thales looked at the wine glass and protested in disgust. White pig, what are you doing? Tampa tapped on the ledger and narrowed his eyes. Remember, kid. This is called first lesson. Didn't Cohen teach you? Thales supported himself against the bar counter in disbelief. The world is unfair to me, and I can only respond with grief and indignation. So the prince could only look at the man with grief and indignation. Then, why did you change your mind? Tampa laughed. Because you do know Cohen, and perhaps you've really fought alongside him before, instead of playing along with my words and pretending to be familiar with him. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Cohen. Yes, the violent gorilla that you obviously hate, but find it hard to truly hate. The owner nodded and pointed at the name on the ledger. There was nostalgia in his words. Tampa chuckled. Cohen, stupid Caribbean. There was silence. Thales was still angry. He looked at the man with a displeased expression and said sarcastically, Oh, thank you. This is the first time I've heard his middle name. Tampa took out another bottle of wine and a new wine glass. He did not mind filling it up for him. You're welcome. The tavern owner hummed a tune and pushed out his new wine glass to serve the new customer. Authentic Western Desert old beer. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a few teeth. He smiled slyly. Chapter 389. Thales sat by the bar counter and stared at the Western Desert old beer in his hand. He felt gloomy for a while. During this period of time, Quick Rope went in and out of the tavern while sweating profusely. He flipped through the account books, checked the numbers, and busied himself with the property left behind by Kant. Louisa, Dean, Mickey, and Dante's greatswords also came to the tavern one by one. They went up to the second floor to have a meeting with Simon and Old Hammer. Wyatt, are you sure it's okay for you to sit here? Dean squeezed his way into the noisy tavern. Before he went upstairs, he cast a puzzled glance at Thales, who was sitting by the side in a huff. I'm sure. Thales pulled his face out of the glass and burped. He stared at Tampa on the other side of the bar counter with a hostile expression, and gritted his teeth. I'm very close with the tavern owner. That's good. Dean glanced at Tampa suspiciously. Tampa is a rather reliable mercenary agent. He has a lot of connections. If you want to find your way home, maybe. Thales nodded stiffly. Dean shrugged and went upstairs to attend the mercenary group's internal meeting. Time passed. Soon, Bladefang's camp welcomed the night after sunset. People came and went in the tavern, and they toasted each other. Quite a number of people noticed Thales sitting in the corner, but most of them were forced back by Tampa's gaze. The bards smiled and sang to attract business, but they were also wary of the competition among their peers. Girls dressed in revealing clothes swayed between the tables, and occasionally used the cleavage on their chests to attract money. There were also people who hid their faces or acted mysteriously behind the tables. They danced and argued in low voices under the table. They were probably doing dirty deals that Thales did not want to know about, and did not dare to know about. Thales had seen Sunset Pub in the underground street before. It was often noisy with people coming and going, but everyone knew that it was the Brotherhood's territory. No matter how chaotic the scene was, not many people dared to cause trouble there. But it was completely different in my pub. When Thales saw the customers at the third table fighting over a business that was not distributed evenly, he finally could not help but ask the owner, "Are you just going to watch?" "What else?" Behind the bar counter, Tampa waved his hand in a lackadaisical manner, and signaled a waiter to clean up the mess and settle the bill. "This is Bladefang's camp. It's filled with benefits, schemes, opportunities, and danger, while law and morality only appear occasionally. It would be strange if people don't fight." Tampa flipped open his ledger and quickly recorded something. "Don't worry, the people in Bladefang's camp are simple and honest. Didn't you see that they obediently paid for the damages after they destroyed the tables and chairs?" The people were simple and honest. Thales twitched his cheek. "What if they don't pay?" Tampa looked up, and the scar on his neck twitched. "Everyone knows that I know quite a number of mercenaries and adventurers in the camp, and I often introduce business to them." The tavern owner smiled politely and said, "And there are quite a number of them who are professional debt collectors. For my sake, they only take 10% of the profits, and they even take care of the aftermath." Thales nodded slightly with a look of understanding. "So that's how it is. You really have many talented people here. To hell with the simple customs of the people." As he thought about his next move, Thales absent-mindedly asked the tavern owner, "So, Cohen deposited money here? Why?" "This used to be a tradition. At the end of the bloody year, the soldiers who went to war would deposit their reward money at the rear, and they would come back to get it if they came back alive." Tampa sat behind the bar counter with a satisfied look on his face. He watched his employees bustle about, and he looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Later, to motivate the soldiers, Baron Williams promised that the victims would receive a deposit that was several times more than the amount they received. After the battle of elimination ended, I retired, and I took over this habit, hoping to make a business out of it. But for now. Tampa sighed in resignation as he watched Quick Rope count the money in front of a merchant in the distance. "Battle of elimination?" Thales asked. "Was it part of the Desert War?" Tampa snorted softly. "I guess you didn't see the Desert War 10 years ago?" Thales shrugged. "It's obvious." Tampa nodded and put on an expression that said, "I knew it." "Then, of course you didn't see the Battle of Elimination that lasted for a few years." "What do you mean?" Tampa narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at a pair of customers who were drinking in the distance. He watched them put their arms around each other's shoulders, and were as close as brothers before they started verbally abusing each other and punching each other. He seemed to be used to it. The great victory of the Desert War has always been bragged about in a boastful manner. The broken and tattered Constellation rallied its soldiers in bravery to bravely launch an expedition into the desert. They faced the Barenbone tribe and the Orc tribe who moved east en masse during the bloody year. He snorted coldly. "But you know, for us the most difficult thing is not how to defeat the mixed breeds and barren species. If you can repel them once, you can repel them countless times, but how to protect your spoils of war after you repel them? How to carry the military flag, and the bragging that they left behind after the glorious victory, when the main force returns to their villages with their children? How to clean up the enemies hidden deep in the sand dunes and caves bit by bit. how to use the few troops you have to defend the path, how to grit your teeth and fight back when the mixed breeds come back again and again, and how to face them head-on, how to make the tribes in the desert, especially the stubborn orcs, get used to your existence and revere your strength, just like how a rogue hyena gets used to the new territory of a lion king. This requires a process. Tampa's gaze slowly drifted into the distance. During this process, there will be no pitched battles that will be recorded in the annals of history, no decisive battles where you will face death calmly, and no earth-shattering bloody battles. But the devastation and sacrifices will not be inferior in the slightest. Victory is forged with blood, he said faintly. In order to consolidate the victory, you have to pay with more blood. This is the Purge campaign. Tampa pointed at the wall hanging behind the bar counter. There was an old but still sharp axe hanging there. Were you part of it too? The prince asked solemnly. Was it the Desert War or the Purge campaign? Tampa nodded. At that time, Bladefang's camp was not like what you see now. The wounds of the Bloody Year had not healed, and the main forces of the Desert War had withdrawn. We did not have recruits who rushed over from all over the place as if they were free of charge. We did not have the private soldiers of the nobles who were dazzling with gold and silver. We did not have the logistics support from the merchants who followed the army and the royal family. We did not have an earth-shattering group of cavaliers, and we did not have the confidence and boldness to charge into the desert with just one command. We only had ourselves, the constellations of the western desert. The army was formed by farmers, the commandos formed by mercenaries, and the suicide squads formed by scum. Even the main forces of the Duke of Western Desert, the Skull Guards from the ruins, were so poor that they could not be compared. We, the Raven Guards, had more saddles than people who knew how to ride horses. Only the first row of the Black Lion Infantry Brigade was a battlefield veteran, who had received complete training. The Baron Stardust unit even had to replenish its manpower from the criminals in the Prison of Bones. After the Bloody Year, there were many nobles who were exiled due to their crimes. But we could only grit our teeth and go forward. With the scarce medicine and a small amount of supplies, we went deep into the barren sand dunes and searched every corner between Bladefang's camp and the depths of the desert. We fought to the death against the mixed breeds and barren breeds who came back in groups of 2s and 3s, regardless of the sacrifices we had to make, until they felt the pain and understood the price of returning to their homeland. They admitted the fact that they had lost, and they no longer dared to send people to their deaths. Thales stared at the axe on the wall in a daze. It was hard to imagine that the desert, which was ravaged by wind and sand, was once the most devastating battlefield he had ever fought. Among them, the stupid Cohen was considered an anomaly. Tampa laughed. A noble who was so stupid that no one could bear to attack him. Cohen. Thales was slightly shocked. He fought in the desert? The Purge campaign? Fought. Tampa snorted through his nose, and he seemed to find it rather funny. He was a fighter made of steel. Tampa's eyes were filled with nostalgia. A tough man who was born for the battlefield. In 3 years he made a bunch of orcs run amok, and they almost died. Why? Thales asked in surprise. Cohen's identity. He was the heir of the noble Caribbean family. There was an entire Walla Hill waiting for him to inherit, wasn't there? How would I know about the nobles who came and went? Tampa laughed. How would I know what was wrong with him? Why would he give up his good life and come to suffer? The image of the stupid man appeared in Thales' mind, and he sank into deep thought. You know, there was one time when we were ambushed. Tampa seemed to be rather sentimental. That gray mixed breed from the Dead Iron tribe swung its chained hammer like a storm. Wherever it went, there were only severed limbs and pieces of flesh left behind. When it brought the mixed breeds down from all over the mountains and plains, Thales thought of the orc Kandarl, and the almost unstoppable ambush at night. He instantly felt his heart palpitate. We were killed and scattered. We lost contact with the light cavaliers. We panicked and fled for our lives. Tampa sighed. The stupid man and the others were forced into the inner area of the desert, and we didn't hear from them for half a month. We all thought that they wouldn't come back. The team even collected their belongings. According to Frank, the Baron even had a headache about how to write the obituary for Cohen's noble father. The tavern was still noisy, But Thales only listened attentively to Tampa's narration. The boss let out a long sigh. Then one day, a dozing sentry outside the camp suddenly noticed that in the distance, on the horizon between the setting sun and the desert, a figure appeared. Thales' eyes focused. He came alone, walked alone, swayed, and was covered in wounds. Thales sucked in a slight breath. Cohen. Tampa nodded slowly. All of us in Bladefang's camp, including Baron William's guards, stood there in a daze. We watched as the noble young master walked over in a daze. He limped, and in his hand, he held the ugly head of that damned gray mixed breed, the infamous killer, meat grinder Zysa Undead Iron. Just like that, he walked into the camp in a daze and trembling. He couldn't even recognize the most beautiful woman, Felicia, when she stood in front of him. He just walked forward without stopping. His expression was dazed, and he mumbled to himself until he collapsed. The Baron personally took Zysa Dead Iron's ugly head from Cohen's hands and tied it to the flagpole. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Thales and Tampa fell silent. Then the boss grabbed a bottle of wine and took a big gulp from it. From that day onwards, no one in the camp called him young master anymore, and no one secretly spat into his water bottle. Tampa put down the wine bottle, took a deep breath, and sighed. From that day onwards he became a big idiot. The good warrior of Bladefang's camp, a real man, Big Blockhead Cohen. Thales did not speak for a long time. He did not expect that the big man, who had a heartless smile on his face and seemed to have a lack of brains, had such a thrilling and passionate past. It's a good story. The prince nodded. It's worth a song for the bards to sing. Tampa snorted softly. Thales did not know if he was in a good mood or if his brain was damaged, but he actually took the initiative to bring a plate of food, put it between him and Thales, and started eating. How is he now? Now. In Thales' mind he remembered Cohen, who swore in Bright Moon Temple 6 years ago that he would support him to fight his way back to Heroic Spirit Palace. As far as I know, he didn't go home. He's still a police officer in the capital, but I haven't seen him for a long time. The capital, huh? Tampa muttered to himself. I know he's a noble, and nobles are very complicated and have a lot of things to do. He shook his head. I guess that big blockhead also has his own responsibilities and worries. Thales did not say anything. In the end, the boss sighed slightly. I hope he's still a real man, and still as stupid as ever. Thales nodded and finished the slightly bitter beer in his cup. He will be. The prince flashed a powerful smile. And he will be stupid for the rest of his life. Tampa stared at him for a long time, and in the end, he laughed as well. Yes, I hope so. Thales coughed. So after the war, Cohen went to the capital, and you came to open this tavern? No, I just took over. Do you see the slogan on the signboard at the door? My home has been open for 200 to 300 years. Tampa waved his hand. When you're tired of fighting, you know, an ordinary life is more attractive. Thales snorted sarcastically. Ordinary lives? Believe me, from my experience and from the people I know, said the prince sourly. A fellow who can be an innkeeper in a place like this does not lead an ordinary little life. Come on, I just gave you your first lesson. Don't take it to heart. Tampa glanced at him in disdain. You're acting like a girl. Are you sure you're not Quick Rope's girlfriend? I just don't like people plotting against me. Ha, I can tell from your face that you must have been cheated a lot since you were young. Thales returned him a polite and fake smile and lowered his head to look at his food. By the way, are you going to stay here and not leave? Tampa frowned. You know that you have to pay for this food, right? I'm waiting for Dean and the others. Wait, pay? Thales choked. But you're the one who brought it here. That's why I need you to pay. If you brought it here yourself, why would I need to charge you? Thales stared at the tavern owner, dumbfounded. 1 Mindy's silver coin. Thank you for your patronage, Tampa said with a smile. I'm giving you a discounted price for the sake of the dimwit. After reluctantly handing over a few Shalon silver coins, Thales took a big bite of his food with the feeling that it would be a waste if he did not eat it. He looked at the tavern that was slowly becoming quiet, frowned, and asked, Is it my imagination, or are the customers really getting fewer and fewer? Usually the later it is, the more people there are in the tavern. But it's different recently. The composition of Blade Fang's camp is complicated, and there's a curfew every night. Tampa yawned. If you wander the streets during the curfew and get caught by the patrolling soldiers, it's the first time many of the temporary recruits come to Blade Fang's camp. They are in charge of defense when the regular soldiers of the royal family are not around. They don't know what it means to turn a blind eye to something. They can either spend money to get rid of trouble, or obediently go to jail. Tampa shook his head. Just last month, the famous mercenary group of 100 men Bloodwhistle had quite a number of them arrested. It's useless no matter what I say to them. Those new troops don't show any mercy at all. Thales frowned. So, you're quite reputable to be able to speak up for those who are in jail? For many years, my home has been providing supplies to the prison of bones. Of course, we have our own ways. Tampa snorted arrogantly. Who do you think got that annoying Quick Rope out of prison? Then you introduced Quick Rope to Dean and got him into Dante's greatsword. They originally didn't want to take in that brat with a Camian accent. The tavern owner chuckled. But Quick Rope seems to have a friend who knows old Dante's family. So whether it's Quick Rope or Kant. Thales asked, intentionally or not. Dean was also introduced to them by you? Tampa shook his head. Dean was saved by old Dante in the desert. Many of the people in their team came through this way. It's precisely because of this that Dante's greatsword has not disintegrated after so many years, even after old Dante passed away. Thales was deep in thought. He seems to be very smart. I mean Dean. Tampa agreed with him deeply. Honestly, it's a waste of talent for a person like him to be a mercenary. With his talent and knowledge, if he were in the army, he wouldn't lose to those big-bellied noble commanders at all. In just a few short years he made Dante's greatsword gain a good reputation. Thales thought of something. You seem to know these mercenaries very well? After all, this is my home. Tampa was rather pleased with himself. Mercenaries will come here to look for business. Or rather, business will come here to look for mercenaries. Thales looked around and looked at the fierce customers. He was deep in thought. At this moment, a few armored figures walked into the noisy tavern. Tampa raised his eyebrows. My dear Ricky. The boss happily extended his hand to the customers who came up to him. How long has it been since you last came? It's only been a few months, the mercenary named Ricky said faintly and extended his hand to shake Tampa's. Tampa looked at Ricky with a smile, then looked at a middle-aged man with a saber on his back beside him. A new face? This is Klein from the north. He's a good swordsman and not just any good. Ricky pointed at him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly at Tampa in a friendly manner. Don't think too much. He's already one of us. He doesn't take private jobs. What a pity. Tampa shrugged regretfully. There are a few businesses that lack good swordsmen. Thales averted his gaze from the middle-aged man. His enhanced health senses after the battle in the land of barren rocks gave him a rare piece of information. There was a strange and restless power surging in the middle-aged man's body. As he looked at the new mercenaries, Thales suddenly raised his eyebrows. To Ricky's left was a masked man who was staring at the prince coldly. The wrinkles between his brows were deeply furrowed, and he looked a little old. His gaze swept past the crossbow of time beside Thales and he narrowed slightly. Thales was shocked. As for this person, it's better if you don't know about him. He just came to the camp, but he has a criminal record, and he's not clean. Ricky sighed and shook his shoulder at the masked man on his left. It's not convenient for him to show his face. In the end, the masked man slowly averted his gaze. Thales felt a chill that was etched into his bones from his body. These people are dangerous. Thales suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Of course, I only care about my business. Tampa raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. How many tables do you want? To talk about business or look for girls? Ricky shook his head. Actually, a few tables won't be enough. Ricky took out a money pouch from his belt and first instructed the others to occupy a table, leaving only the middle-aged man and the masked man behind him. We'll book the whole place tonight. Tampa, I'll give you 2 hours. Empty this place, including your men. Aside from wine and food, don't leave anything behind. Tampa furrowed his brows. But there are still 3 hours before the curfew. Ricky smiled faintly. Then we'll drink until dawn. We won't go out. We'll leave when the curfew is lifted the next day. Tampa narrowed his eyes at him. Impossible. The tavern owner shook his head firmly. You know, I still have to do business. I still have to deliver supplies to Bones the next morning. Ricky put the money pouch on the bar counter. His smile remained. 20 gold coins for one night. You have to know we have dozens of people. Tampa's expression froze. This is my home. He raised his head and became serious. We have our principles. So we gave you 2 hours. Ricky still looked like he was very easy to talk to, but he did not back down. 30 gold coins. We need your place to talk about something. Tampa glanced at the money pouch and shrugged. We also need to close up and rest. It's impossible for us to stay open so late for you. The middle-aged man behind Ricky smiled. But the slogan on your sign is never close up. Tampa looked at him. You know, since ancient times, if the words written on slogans are true. The tavern owner raised his finger. Then it won't be written on the sign. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Makes sense. As if he could not bear to watch them dawdle, the masked man took a clean step forward, took out another money pouch, and threw it on the bar counter. 50 gold coins, no more. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Tampa snapped his fingers fiercely. Deal. He put away the money pouch. Beside him, Thales sighed and rolled his eyes. I knew it. Ricky shook his head and walked towards one of the wooden tables with his companion in resignation. What's wrong? Did you get some big business? Tampa, who had just negotiated a good price for the entire place, looked at Ricky's back with a grin. Are you going to party for a night? On the contrary. Ricky did not even turn his head around. After tonight, we will leave Bladefang's camp. You saw it yourself. The Constellatiate army is being sent to the desert like it's free. There's no business here. Tampa shrank behind the bar counter and shook his head regretfully. Is that so? That's really bad news for both you and me. Thales looked at their backs and asked in puzzlement, They are blood whistle. Before he could finish his question, Tampa said slowly, like Dante's greatsword, they are also mercenaries. Just like Dante's greatsword, they are also mercenaries, but you'd better not provoke them. It's a group of 100 people, and there are 200 to 300 people from top to bottom. There are more than 100 fully armed warriors on the battlefield alone. They are not peasant soldiers. Each of them is like Dante's greatsword, professional killers. They only take on jobs related to war, or the business licensed by the royal family's merchants. Even the Baron thinks highly of them. Blood Whistle, a group of 100 men. Thales was shocked. He looked at the people from Blood Whistle, and he somewhat understood where that astonishing murderous aura and sense of threat came from. From Dante's greatsword to Blood Whistle, they all gathered here. Thales was deep in thought. So the area around the desert is indeed a mercenary's paradise? Paradise. Tampa paused for a moment. It used to be. The boss sighed and said, about 20 to 30 years ago when I was still a young fool, and I didn't even get shot in the knee. That was the golden age of mercenaries. Constellation's army behaved themselves. The tribes in the desert had their own principles, and there was an endless stream of merchants, adventurers looking for treasures, smart bounty hunters, and priests who worked hard to spread their religion. Everyone was looking for opportunities here. And now, Tampa shook his head. Even someone as smart as Dante's greatsword suffered heavy losses, and even someone as strong as Blood Whistle has to find another way out. Times are changing, Thales said quietly. So is the world. Yes, 20 to 30 years ago, Constellation's army could not venture into the depths of the desert. There was yearning and nostalgia in Tampa's eyes. This was the privilege of adventurers and mercenaries. They set out with great passion, and when they came back alive, they would tell stories about their legends, or wait for bards to compose poems and sing them to the world. I still remember that at that time, there was a very powerful mercenary group around the desert. They traveled from Bladefang's camp to the three kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, from Rewalbin to Steel City, from Dragon-Kissed Land to Thornland. Whether it was the desert, the forest, the lake, or the river, their footprints were all over these mercenaries' paradises. I also once wanted to join them. Is that so? Thales was absent-minded. He saw Dante's greatsword coming down from the upper floor. That mercenary, what's their name? Tampa was immersed in his own world inside. Speaking of names, they only had 9 people in the beginning, so they gave the group a stupid name. Chapter 390. As the curfew approached, there were fewer customers in the tavern. The mercenaries from Blood Whistle came to my home in 2s and 3s. It seemed like they were going to get drunk tonight. Dante's greatswords came down the stairs one after another. Louisa and Old Hammer greeted Thales before they left. Simon and Mickey, on the other hand, had no intention of paying any attention to him. They walked straight out of the tavern. When Dean went downstairs, he was stopped by the people from Blood Whistle. "Hey, Dean." Ricky snapped his fingers and raised his glass at the bald mercenary. "I heard that you guys ran into trouble outside." His words attracted everyone's attention. "Usually, I might say that we're okay." Dean walked down the stone stairs step by step. He looked rather solemn. But now, I guess there's not much point in denying it. He glanced at the 2 rather serious mercenaries beside Ricky. "Yes," Dean said flatly. "We ran into trouble." The mercenaries in the tavern fell silent. They looked at each other worriedly and doubtfully. Ricky furrowed his brows. "So the rumors are true? Williams and his dogs are out again. What is it this time? The second purge? Going north to fight against Extet? Supporting the Alliance of Freedom? Or is the King of Constellation displeased with the Tower of Eradication and is determined to get rid of them? Do you think it's possible for them to hire a 100-man regiment to fight? Or only capture the Suicide Squad in the Prison of Bones?" As Thales listened to Ricky's description of the Baron and the Stardust unit, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Obviously, the mercenaries did not have a good impression of the Baron from Bladefang's camp. Dean shook his head. "I'm not sure, but if I had to say, they're serious this time. As for hiring, I don't think they're lacking in soldiers, Ricky." Dean had a warning look on his face as he looked around at the other members of Blood Whistle. "Even Blood Whistle can't stop the charge of just 10 armored cavalrymen. I think they have at least 1,000 cavalrymen. When the horses speed up, they don't care which side you stand on." Dean looked at his companions with a warning look on his face. Ricky was silent for a while and exchanged glances with his friends. 1,000? Ricky shook his head and pointed at the bar. "I'll keep that in mind. We've been having a bad time lately. What do you want to drink? Rye? Old beer? Blood grapes? Don't tell me it's Chaka." But Dean simply waved his hand and refused. "No, we've been through enough in the past few days." Ricky lowered his finger. "Dean, you know, if you think." He looked at Dean with a serious expression and the corners of his lips curled up. "Blood Whistle will always welcome you. We are about to relocate and we are lacking a leader here. Perhaps someone with a higher position?" Dean spread his hands. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had encountered such a conversation. "Thank you, but I already have a captain." Ricky burst out laughing. "Taking orders from a woman, Dean." The mercenary from Blood Whistle laughed and gulped down a mouthful of wine. "One day, you will die in her hands." The mercenaries next to them jeered. "Maybe he died on top of her? Or inside?" Everyone in the tavern roared with laughter. Dean only shook his head nonchalantly. He waved goodbye to Ricky and went up to Thales. Thales put down his wine glass, raised his head and asked, "Is it over?" Dean sighed and nodded. "Probably. It's not a happy conversation in the team. We've lost too much." "What about you, Waya?" the mercenary asked. "Do you have any clues about your family?" "Probably." Thales exhaled and answered him in the same tone. "I'll familiarize myself with the environment and deal with some matters. I'll set off to look for them tomorrow." "Deal with some matters sounds good." Dean raised his eyebrows. "What about tonight?" "I don't know yet. Maybe I'll ask Tampa for a bed." Thales said and glared at Tampa fiercely. "As long as I have enough money." Tampa flashed his teeth happily. Dean also smiled. You heard it too. Blood Whistle has booked the entire tavern. The bald mercenary looked at the people in my home. Come with me. We've rented a small house nearby. It used to be the team's temporary station, but it can at least let you live for one night. As he stared at Dean's expression, Thales had a thought. He slowly clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Thales flashed a smile. Sounds good. Anyway, I have nowhere else to go. Dean raised his hand and gestured that they could leave. Thales walked down the bar counter and picked up his luggage. Hey Dean. Thales shook his head at Tampa, then turned his head around and said seriously, thank you. For everything from the desert to here. Dean stared at him for a few seconds. You're welcome. I'm also planning for myself. Dean sized him up and said in a joking tone. You're a noble. Maybe you're quite rich, aren't you? Thales smiled in response. But before that, Dean frowned and looked at the other side of the tavern. Why did he drink so much? Thales followed his line of sight. Quick Rope staggered over and fell on a table, causing the guests to look at him in an unfriendly manner. We've run into too many people in the desert. Thales sighed softly. Yeah. Dean's frown grew deeper. For a newbie who's only following a group for the second time. Just as the customers were about to roll up their sleeves and give Quick Rope a night he would never forget, Dean turned and walked towards him. Come on, give me a hand. We can't leave him here. Thales shrugged and followed Dean. A few hours later, Thales lay straight in the small house belonging to Dante's greatsword. He felt the hard bed pressing against him, and stared at the moonlight outside the window with a dumbfounded expression. The mercenaries' encampment was indeed not that great. There were 4 beds in a small room. The walls were made of clay, the roof was thatched, and there were sand, dust, and spider webs everywhere. The fence door looked like it was going to fall apart when it was pushed and pulled. Even the simple toilet outside the house reminded Thales of the time he spent in the abandoned houses. But at least it was better than sleeping in the wild. 10 meters away, Quick Rope's heavy breathing traveled into his ears. It was mixed with drunken talk and sleep talk from time to time. Dean slept in the room next door. Old Hammer went to look for his old buddies whom he had not seen for a long time. He reckoned that he would drink until dawn. Mickey never liked to stay in a crowd. The Baron Bone people, who were few in number in the camp and were regarded as enemies, had their own places to go. As for Louisa, according to Dean, she went back to her mother and stepfather's house. Thales took a deep breath. He could not believe it. He escaped from Dragon Cloud City, passed through the Great Desert. Even though it was only a small part of its periphery. He went through the Black Track, the Star Killer, the Raven of Death, hunger, loneliness, heat, cold, orcs, and mercenaries, and finally arrived in Constellation's territory. He was back. Thales looked at the bleak moonlight above the border of the desert, and sensed the rare peace in Blade Fang's camp during the curfew. Quick Rope turned over and fell to the bottom of the bed. But he was still mumbling something and did not wake up. Thales let out a long breath and sat up. With Hell's senses, Dean's breathing in his dreams could be heard clearly in the room next door. In the dark, he watched Quick Rope's silhouette form a complicated K on the floor. He smiled and shook his head. These people. Mercenaries. What kind of life is that? Thales thought in a daze. The prince took 2 slow breaths. In the next second, he grabbed his luggage and the crossbow of time by the wall and stood up quietly. He carefully stepped over Quick Rope's body and pushed the door open without making a sound. He walked through the small, simple and dilapidated hall and pushed open another door. Before him was a strong, bald man with his arms crossed was lying on his side on the bed. His chest rose and fell evenly, and his breathing was soft. He slept soundly unlike Quick Rope next door. Thales closed the door and walked to the man's bed. The prince stared at him for a long time without making a sound. It was so long that the moonlight began to move. Dean's breathing was still deep. Finally, Thales' expression slowly turned cold. He looked at Dean's broad back and slowly extended his hand. He reached for his waist. He pulled out JC's dagger. The blade shone with a faint, cold light. Thales could not help but frown a little. 6 years. This sharp dagger given to him by Jayla had been with him for 6 years. Quide, the Blood Clan, Dragon Cloud City, the calamities, Lampard, the great desert. Over the past 6 years, no matter what kind of danger he faced, every time Thales stretched out his hand to touch the dagger and felt its cold and tough texture, he would feel an inexplicable sense of security. It was a power that made him clench his teeth, stiffen his shoulders, and face everything in front of him. But that was all self-defense. He was forced to counterattack and fight back. But this time, today, Thales suddenly realized that when blood flowed over the dagger's blade, the surface of the blade revealed more than just its name. It was also its nature as a murderous weapon. Every time Thales mustered up his courage and determination to stab his enemy with the dagger, he would remember the feeling when he used JC to take away a life for the first time. Hot and slippery blood flowed over the gauntlet, gushed onto his forearm, flowed to his chest, and shot toward his head. However, none of those feelings were as real as they were now. It's so easy to take away a life. It's not that I haven't killed before. On the contrary, I've killed quite a lot of people. Thales thought quietly. From his life in the abandoned house in Lower City District, to the assassination on King Street, to the bloody battle of life and death in the Great Desert. But for a long time, he had deliberately ignored the feeling of killing someone. He had no choice, did he? Kill, or be killed. Thales raised JC gently, narrowed his eyes, and aimed the tip of the blade at Dean's neck. With Hell's senses, the blood in his carotid artery surged vigorously, forcefully, and full of life. Thales continued to raise the dagger and aimed it at Dean's neck. His face was expressionless. I have no choice, he told himself in his heart. With a simple stab, he could negate the other party's meaning, strip away their existence, and make their value in continuing to exist in this world disappear without a trace. He would be gone dead, and would never appear anywhere, in front of anyone at any time. Just like what Quick Rope said, he would no longer have thoughts, feelings, or consciousness. Nothing would be left behind, and he would not know anything. He would completely disappear. From then on, he would lose all possibilities, all development, and all future. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at the sleeping, living person in front of him. All he needed was a gentle stab. Everything about the other party would immediately disappear. As for the blade wielder, Thales could obtain many things. Revenge, benefits, or simple satisfaction. Or the pleasure of killing the other party and eliminating the unhappiness, frustration, hurt, and pain he felt from the other party, along with the other party's existence, and venting all his frustrations. Or the pleasure of calculating the achievement of his goal after eliminating the other party, and the great profit? Or the feeling of power, authority, and dignity of controlling life and death, toying with other people's fates, and deciding everything? F***ck. Thales glared at Dean's neck and trembled slightly. I have no choice, he told himself for the third time. It's another necessary killing, that's all. Is it? Pleasure. Quiet's ferocious and hateful face flashed across his mind. Pleasure. King Nuvan's confident smile flashed across his mind. Authority? This time, Chapman Lampard's cold and ruthless expression appeared before his eyes. Thales took a deep breath and moved the dagger to the best angle to stab it. For the pleasure of revenge, for the pleasure of benefits, for the sake of *T authority, who cares? With just a gentle stab, everything will be over. As long as I kill him, I don't have to worry anymore. At that moment, a pale and terrified face appeared before his eyes. It was a face from a long time ago, so long that Thales almost forgot about it. It was Kellett, one of the people in the 6th house. That pitiful child, bravely rushed out at the last moment of his life, just to protect that little girl. However, Thales shuddered slightly. He seemed to have returned to that night. That damned Quide laughed as he slit Kellett's neck. The child's face was full of fear, but the murderer's face was filled with absurd and disgusting satisfaction and excitement. F***ck. It was probably the same for Quide. With just a gentle stab, that kind of pleasure. F***ck. Another face appeared before his eyes. It was a little girl who stood in the Hall of Heroes in Dragon Cloud City. She had her arms crossed, feeling wronged. There was a hint of arrogance on her face, and she looked a little delicate. She was an annoying little girl at first glance. Alex Walton. An innocent child who was born into sin. Her upturned mouth was eventually replaced by the painful spasms and contorted cheeks after she drank the poison. Thales stared blankly at the sleeping Dean. In front of his eyes were King Nuvan's cold smile, Merc's despairing cries, Nicholas' expressionless indifference, and Little Rascal's frightened sobs. F***ck, it was the same for King Nuvan. With just a cup of wine, the humiliation and hatred of the past were settled. That kind of pleasure. F***ck, Thales gently closed his eyes. Dean's neck disappeared before his eyes. Dragon Cloud City from 6 years ago appeared from the darkness. In the ruined and burning Shield District, corpses were strewn all over the ground, and there were endless wails. In such a scene, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, a terrifying man with a cold expression, coldly wore the blood-stained crown. Under his feet, the Born King's head rolled into the dust and fell among the countless corpses in Shield District. They were civilians, nobles, craftsmen, farmers, and white blade guards. Don't be cold, Chiron, don't be cold. Humans are animals. They will slowly get used to many things such as indifference, and certain things that we know are inappropriate. Once you relax and get used to it, you will no longer feel the difference between yourself and the outside world. And you will no longer be able to find your original self. Hang in there, Chiron, don't compromise. Don't let this world hold you captive. Oh my lady. Why did you suddenly become so woo, Chiron? Is it really good to criticize yourself? Besides, isn't this the forte of your profession? Starting from an angle that you have never seen before, shocking your established knowledge, refreshing your worldview, breaking the wrong and superficial understanding that you originally believed in without thinking, and even treated as supreme dogma. You will discover that certain things are actually so ridiculous, and that the way you viewed them before was also so unreasonable. You will reveal a brand new world to yourself. Discover the principle that you and the world do not know about daily use, and sublimate yourself from there? After hearing your vivid description, I suddenly feel like I'm so great. Hey, there's no other way. After being with me for a long time, even if you're as stupid as SpongeBob, you'll still slowly sublimate yourself. Right? So can we go now? Don't touch my head anymore. Your cat is in your own house, you can touch it for free, and you don't even have to stand on your toes. We've already donated money, so there's no need for us to stand in front of this donation box for 5 minutes, right? My Comic-Con, let's go. Thales opened his eyes abruptly. In the silence, Thales panted softly. He was drenched in sweat, and his expression was one of struggle. JC was only a palm away from Dean's carotid artery. He gripped the hilt of the dagger tightly in his hand, and the tip of the blade trembled continuously. F***ck. A long time seemed to have passed. He sucked in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. No, the prince put down the dagger tiredly. Thales touched his damp forehead and bit his lower lip with great difficulty and pain. In the end, he put away the dagger and took one last look at the sleeping Dean. The prince was like an ascetic believer who had gone through a great ordeal. He slowly turned around and faced the door with a bitter expression. However, when Thales took the first step to leave, "Why?" The sudden voice made Thales' hair stand on end. "Why did you give up?" Thales closed his eyes and heaved a heavy sigh. He turned around. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see that Dean had sat up and was leaning against the wall. He was staring at him coldly. Stabbing your enemy in the back and getting rid of him before he sees you is always the best choice, the bald mercenary said faintly. He bent one leg and placed it on the edge of the bed. He placed his right elbow on his knee, and the axe was right beside his hand. Or perhaps, do you have to capture me alive? Thales stared at the mercenary with great difficulty. You're awake, he said bitterly. What else can I do? Do you think I should let my guard down completely and put my life in your hands? Dean sneered and said, Who are you? Thales opened his mouth, but he did not know where to start. You? Or should I ask you directly? Dean flicked the axe next to his hand, his gaze sharp. Who sent you here? Thales fixed his gaze on him. His gaze was conflicted. Finally, Thales slowly exhaled. He put away his complicated expression and returned to his most indifferent and cold expression. Dean, right. You were saved by old Dante from the desert a few years ago. And since then, you became one of them. And before that, Thales stared back at Dean coldly. You're just an ordinary mercenary, but you're literate and knowledgeable, the prince said softly. You're from Northland, and you're able to wield your axe perfectly. When you're fighting against the orcs, your feints remind me of another famous white blade guard from Extet. Dean did not speak. His gaze was focused on the axe beside his hand. The house was silent under the moonlight. The curfew on the streets made the surroundings so quiet that it did not seem like the Western front line, but a countryside. Not only that, you also know quite a bit of the orc language, and it's far from the level of you're good. You deserve to die, I'll kill you that soldiers only learn after they encounter them, Thales continued. That requires a rather long period of systematic learning. You even shaved your head, as if that can hide your hair color. Dean was expressionless. He raised his left hand and touched his head. Thales stared straight at him. Your understanding and knowledge of the country's affairs and political situation are far from the level of a rash soldier, who only knows how to make a living and run his business. Even Tampa says that it's a waste for you to be a mercenary. Even the people from Blood Whistle want to recruit you. Thales took a deep breath, and with great difficulty, he voiced his greatest suspicion. Dean, mercenary Dean, don't you think that these characteristics are too obvious on one person? His voice echoed in the small room, and it was clear. Time seemed to pass. Dean raised his head and met Thales' questioning gaze without flinching. Obvious. Disdain and anger appeared on Dean's face. Humph. So who sent you? He asked bluntly. Leaspan? Or the White Blade Guards? Thales' gaze froze in midair. Or someone else? Under the moonlight outside the window, Dean spoke slowly, and his gaze became more serious. The order you received was to find me, or to kill me. Thales frowned deeply. He continued to stare at Dean motionlessly. Even Mickey said that it was a mistake to follow Tormerdin on this trip. He's not a good trading partner, and Constellation's lockdown order is even more inappropriate. Thales did not answer. Instead, he continued softly. But you still came out, and you brought the mercenaries with you. Why? This is not in line with your usual shrewdness and sagacity. Dean clenched his fists. Is it because you know about the Alliance of Freedom, the storm that Extet and Dragoncloud City are going through? And because you're worried about your hometown and country? That's why you took the risk to go north, just to confirm it. Dean did not speak. Thales spoke again. Answer me, Dean. Thales sighed. Are you him? This time, Dean raised his head slowly. Him. Dean said flatly, who? You know who I'm talking about. Dean smiled. He slowly raised his arm and pointed at Thales. You. You're also very suspicious, aren't you? A person came from the north, and mysteriously fell in the desert. Dean tilted his head and swept his gaze over Thales. In his hands was a military crossbow that was obviously not owned by a commoner, and a sharp dagger that could cut through metal like mud. Thales felt his back and waist tense up. Your words and actions are very orthodox, very polite, and you pay attention to details. At first glance, I can tell that you're a well-educated person. This is also the reason why no one wanted to talk to you a few days ago. Maybe except for Quick Rope. He's just a hothead who's afraid of the sea. And you're very smart. At least, the identity you fabricated matches your words and actions. At first glance, it seems quite reasonable. Dean sneered. But what's strange to me is that you're different from most nobles. Whether it's hot sand or cold, firm rocks, you can lie down without any problems and fall asleep easily. Jerky that has been dried for a few months. Coarse bread that's so hard you can't bite into it. Stewed vegetables with a fishy smell. Burnt food. No matter how disgusting the food is, you can swallow it smoothly and eat it as if it's normal. It's just like you're used to it. At least, it's not like the lords in the castles I know. So either you're born into a nouveau riche family, and you haven't had the time to become like the big, stupid, and selfish bastards in the castles who are becoming more and more stupid with each generation. Dean narrowed his eyes and his expression was solemn. Or, there must be a wise person in your family who has accumulated experience, knowledge, time, or experience. He chooses to mold the next generation into a man through cruel hardships instead of using food and fences to raise you into a fat pig. Thales did not move and listened quietly. And why a Casso? Dean sneered, but his gaze on Thales was as cold as ever. Next time when you tell another Northlander your name, it's best not to use the same surname as the cunning fox of Constellation, Gilbert Casso. Thales moved slightly. That year at Broken Dragon Fortress, that Constellatiate man came alone. Under the angry gazes of the common elected king of Extet and the 6 archdukes, he spoke frankly and argued passionately. In the end, when he signed the peace treaty, he was quite famous. Dean's lips curled up. I'm sorry. Thales shook his head regretfully. It's my first time running away from home. Many things happened suddenly, and I'm a little nervous. Dean's gaze flickered. So who are you? He asked softly. You're only a teenager, but you have extraordinary agility and sharp reflexes. I suspect that you're a coming-of-age killer, who could persevere without wetting his pants when he faced the terrifying orcs for the first time. Sekka? Dean lowered his head and hid his expression in the darkness where the moonlight could not shine. According to what Tormerdin said, those Constellation Cavaliers were after you? Thales breathed slowly. He clenched his fists tightly and put them down gently. Listen, I didn't want to make things so complicated. The Prince of Constellation spread his palms and said in his calmest and most serious tone, I could have found the army in Blade Fang's camp a long time ago and let them take action. But I didn't. I waited until now. Dean nodded slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. So you do have a high status, and you have a close relationship with the officials. The bald mercenary snorted. But you hid your name until now just for me? Thales ignored the other party's words. I only need you to answer a simple question for me, Dean, he said flatly. Dean stared at him with interest. What a coincidence. The mercenary nodded. Me too, Waya. There was silence. In the suffocating silence, the two of them stared at each other in the dark and airtight house. Then Thales spoke again. So Dean. The Prince of Constellation cleared his throat and finally asked his last question in a serious and cautious manner. Are you Mariah Walton? The capricious prince who escaped from Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? Dean did not answer, nor did he move. He did not even spare a glance at Thales. He only stared at Thales coldly. What about you, Waya? He spoke slowly and raised his head slightly, letting the moonlight shine on his distinct facial features. Should I call you Thales Jadestar? Thales tensed his muscles. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.